Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Scott writes in regarding Top Thrill 2. I'm like you, speed is great. Test Track is one of my favorites. That's at Epcot Center in Disney, and Test Track is awesome. Then he writes, but the original Top Thrill was just stupid speed. It sounded like an F-15. An axle broke. No problem. I'm sure it's fine. Sweet Jesus.
The truth is, if you've been on a roller coaster, the chances are you were on a roller coaster that had to be shut down at some point for repair.
It's a great point.
It happens. And in fact, you don't want anything to break, but you want them to take a look at these things every now and then and update them or fix whatever, looks like it might be a
yes, you
problem.
would like them to be constantly being
yes.
Inspected. Like after every ride. The one roller coaster, Gator, that if I had to recommend one more before you died,
yeah,
if you're ever going to do it again, I don't know if it's still open. I haven't been there forever, but the Beast at Kings Island was long. Like if you waited, you know how you wait in line forever for roller coasters?
Right.
And that's the other thing about Top Thrill 2 is it feels like it's over like that. Like I've waited in line for 2 hours and the ride took 45 seconds. Awesome. The Beast, I mean, I felt like that was, maybe my memory is, but I felt like it was like 5 minutes long.
Oh, that's great. So I get the stomach drop for 5 straight minutes?
It wasn't always the stomach drop, but.
No, the last ride I went on was the corkscrew.
Is that right?
Yeah. I don't know why. I did it in middle school, and then I did it again in my late 20s. And I'm not sure why I did it again in my late 20s because I didn't particularly love it when I was in middle school.
That's a great ride because the lines are usually short on that. It's a quick ride. It's fun. Part of the stomach drop is what people want, by the way, when they go on roller coasters. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Yeah, you don't go on them. But
that's why roller coasters aren't for me, which is fine.
The fear is part of the fun.
Quick Google search on the Beast. It takes 4 minutes and 10 seconds. A record-breaking feature includes 7,360 foot long track, 1.4 miles. So it does have. It's after waiting and waiting and waiting. I feel like you get your money's worth with the Beast.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And it also wasn't like the steepest descent you will ever have. So
also important.
Yeah, I mean, for those that want a steep descent, the Beast is not for you. But I'm not a steep descent guy. I usually love roller coasters after the first hill. But apparently Top Thrill 2 shut down. Didn't last a week. Wonder what the word is amongst the coaster crowd. Feedback coming in. Chuck in Knoxville said, to the caller that said all coasters are safe, I was on Son of the Beast at Kings Island when it broke down. 2 back surgeries and over 10 years of pain management. But yeah, they're safe. I'm sorry to hear that. With the amount of stress put on roller coaster cars, anything can break at any time without warning. From an unnamed texter. Mike and Celine says, California Adventure had a similar ride to the Haunted Mansion ride called Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout. It's an elevator ride, and it was awesome. Took the family, and even my 5-year-old daughter loved it. So fast up and down, all safe. From an unnamed texter, Coaster Enthusiast, and I wrote it during the season pass preview on May 1st. I'm not worried about this closure. Look, the Coaster Enthusiast would probably, none of this stuff would bother them. I shouldn't say none, but I think they're less likely to get freaked out than the normies out there that just go every once in a while. You know?
Yeah, I'm not going. Not happening.
No. All right.
Nope.
There you go.
I don't have any kids they're going to be screaming at me, take me there. I don't need to go. I don't have any friends at this point that they're like, oh, I need to relive my childhood. Let's go on a roller coaster. Golf is good. I like golf.
Okay.
Golf is fun.
Don't you like fast cars, though, don't you?
Only if I can control it.
You wouldn't go on the passenger side?
Well, I've been in it. Yes, but I only trust 2 of my friends in that situation.
Yeah.
And I did that recently a couple years ago.
So you have more faith in your own driving ability than you do in the safety of coasters.
Well, because I will not exceed what I think is safe when I drive. So there's that. But I did go on a racetrack a couple years ago with a buddy of mine. out on towards the left side of the state there. And I did take one lap on the track with him, and we got the car going really fast, and it was fast enough. I'm like, all right, that's enough. That's enough.
Johnny McComb says, taking a cue from the NHL, Cedar Point has listed top thrill with a lower body injury.
Now with less injuries.
That's vague.
The NFL agrees.
Yeah.
Mark from Milford says, when Top Thrill Dragster opened up originally way back when, they had issues with vehicle launching at high rate of speed and going up the tower, but not clearing the top, and you ended up coming back down the hill backwards.
Nope. I just had a horrible memory of being on a four-wheeler up north years ago, and we're going up this hill, and it's kind of steep, and my friend said, okay, look, you got to gun it once you get going, because if you don't, it's going to roll back. I clearly didn't gun it. It started to roll back, and rather than let it roll all the way back down, I kind of fell off the back, and the thing flipped over, almost hit me. I'm like, I'm not doing this. Let's find a flat course. Where are the trails? I'll have to climb up this hill myself, and you can ride the thing up there, but I'm not doing this again.
Another one here from Nick. On the first Top Thrill, if the momentum of the liftoff didn't take the ride over the crest, it just dropped to the start of the ride, making you free fall backwards to the beginning. And then this is great. Name your favorite roller coaster manufacturers. We need 10 texts now. No. Okay. Changing gears here a little bit, and I want to talk some Tigers because we haven't really done that much today, and we'll get to that coming up at 1:18. Gator spent the weekend in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Oh.
For baseball, and a couple of things. I just want to make this comment to all hotels out there. If you are in the Big Ten footprint, you should have BTN on your cable system. Just want to state that for the record.
And toilet paper.
Toilet paper is also key. That was a VRBO issue.
I hope hotels follow.
Yes. But just a heads up. Two is Fort Wayne reminded me of this Michigan city. It reminded me of a city in Michigan. And I think Fort Wayne is to Indiana what this city is to Michigan.
Interesting.
Yes.
Should we have 10 texts now?
Let's do 10 texts with that. Let's do 10. This clearly isn't an exact science in any way. This is just Doug's opinion. But Fort Wayne, Indiana is to Indiana what this city is to Michigan. Sign your text. Tell us what city you think it is. 248-539-9797. Get those texts in. In the meantime, get to some Tiger talk today at 1:18 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, with weather changing in the blink of an eye like we are accustomed to here in Michigan, the seasons move on here. It's getting warmer. It's getting nicer out there. We've had a lot of water. Make sure that you check your basement or your crawl space and make sure that you don't have water damage. Also, if you got a pool, make sure your pool is ready to go. Air conditioning, you better have air conditioning ready to go for summer, and do the right thing and call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to make sure that your AC is running cold and that your pool in the backyard is running warm and that you don't have water or moisture in your basement or crawl space. Don't play the waiting game and get burned. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. All right, here's the feedback that has come in. This is a 10 text thing based upon my impression of Fort Wayne, Indiana. I said Fort Wayne is to Indiana what blank is to Michigan. Nate the Mailman says Fort Wayne equals Flint. Tyler in Farmington Hills says Fort Wayne is the Saginaw of Indiana. Phil in Canton says Fort Wayne equals Jackson. Robin White Lake says, I have no idea why I'm saying this, but how about Mount Pleasant? Trucker Ryan says Fort Wayne is to Indiana what Kalamazoo is to Michigan. Josh near Flint says Flint, Michigan for sure. Neil in my car says, in his car, Grand Rapids. Regine in a car says Flint. Stephen Westland says Lansing. Doug, Fort Wayne is Flint. Chip from Oxford. Were you at Indiana Tech? Been there, done that? No, we weren't. We were at baseball field, World Baseball, something or other. Anyway, one of those is it.
Well, there seems to be a consensus that it would be Flint.
Yeah, there's a lot of Flint.
Although I wouldn't think Fort Wayne and Flint.
I worked in Flint for a bunch of years, so I got a real good sense for what Flint is. And there are some parts of Flint I really, really like.
I haven't stayed in Fort Wayne to really get an opinion, but I'm going to guess Kalamazoo.
Okay. I got a real Grand Rapids vibe.
Did you?
In downtown Fort Wayne. I was surprised. I've been there a couple times, but very surprised at downtown where our hotel was right next to an area where they've closed off the streets for pedestrian traffic with bars and restaurants. I think it's Columbia Street, bars and restaurants open there. A little bit smaller than Grand Rapids, but maybe it's a lot smaller. I got a real Grand Rapids vibe, though, hanging out downtown there. And unfortunately, their minor league baseball team wasn't playing because their park looks awesome. I think it's the Tin Caps that play there. So anyway, I enjoyed it, but that doesn't mean, I would go back actually to Fort Wayne. I was surprised. Yeah. I mean, it's a 3 Chick-fil-A town. That's the other thing. 3.
3?
Yeah. Would you have guessed that Fort Wayne was a 3 Chick-fil-A town?
I would not have guessed that. It seems like a lot of Chick-fil-A.
It does.
A triangle offense there, man.
Yep.
You can get
they triangulate their Chick-fil-A.
Yes.
But that's that I've decided that that's a good way to describe it. 3 Chick-fil-A town to get a sense for how big it is.
So did you get Chick-fil-A?
Alas, we did not. We did not get Chick-fil-A.
You had 3 right there.
I know, right? So, as afterwards, people discussing.
You can't get it on Sunday, so you're kind of limited. You
That's
either
true.
have Friday or Saturday.
Yep. Chick-fil-A lost out to Chipotle. But then I was trying to get out and experience some of the Fort Wayne stuff that we don't have here, and I did. Went to a couple places in downtown Fort Wayne. So anyway, you might go there and completely disagree. Not really. No.
Okay.
No. This wasn't a drinking, watching baseball situation. I had a couple beers after a game, but it was nothing extreme.
Well, you say it's like Grand Rapids. I mean, Grand Rapids is known for tons of breweries and everything else.
Yeah, it is. Well, there were a lot of breweries in Fort Wayne. So, anyway, pleasantly surprised. I give Fort Wayne the thumbs up, except for the hotel without BTN. So, all right, Tigers over the weekend. They also did not have Bally's in Fort Wayne. They dropped 2 of 3. Let's start with the bullpen. And should we start worrying about the bullpen?
I don't know if we had to start worrying about the bullpen. I just think maybe we need to reassess what the expectation is of the bullpen. I never thought the bullpen was as good as what they were, right? Before they've had a few clunkers. Mm-hmm. I think it's 2 weekends in a row now we've seen some clunkers. I think it's a good bullpen. I don't know if it deserves to be in the elite category, one of the top 3 bullpens in baseball. So they've come down to earth a little bit here, but it's still very good. But I mean, Joey Wentz was destined to come down from where he was. I mean, he was kind of unhittable for a while there, and then gets roughed up, and now his earned run average doubles because it was like at 0.6, and now it's at 1.23, which isn't terrible. But his whip is now up to 1.36, and that's not good. Jason Foley has had some struggles of late, but overall, the pitching staff is still really good for the Tigers. The overall earned run average for the Tigers is 3.41. That's really good. it's really good. Unfortunately, over the weekend, what you saw was when they gave up the runs. Now it's coming at the end of games, and we saw that also last week. We saw it against the Yankees, and that's, I guess, a little bit of a concern, but I expect that's going to correct itself too. I think it's a good bullpen, not great bullpen.
So the bullpen ERA right now is 3.23, seventh best in baseball. These are the metrics I really spend a lot of time looking at when I'm assessing pitching. The walks and hits per innings pitched, 1.20. That's really eighth good. Best in baseball. Batting average against, 219, seventh best in baseball.
If they could stay at this right here, be top 10, be in the top 10 like they're at 7 and 8, I'm totally cool with that.
Yep.
That's great.
Settle in here. You're an asset to the team.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is kind of after recent, maybe a bit of a correction.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably a truer representation of what they are going to be, which is going to score one way or another. It's either going to help them win baseball games, or it's going to give them one of the hottest commodities anybody ever wants when you get to the trade deadline, and that is everybody always wants bullpen arms. Anybody who is contending always wants bullpen arms. And I'm not talking about, hey, I hope we're selling. It's a long way between now and then. But in case it doesn't go well and they end up, they are sellers, there are going to be some bullpen arms that will be coveted. And, they'll be in a position of strength because they have an abundance of them.
Well, I'm going to be curious to see the lineups this week because they had to juggle a little bit. Kenta Maeda is going to go on the injured list for a little bit here with a viral illness, and they expect him he's going to have to make a couple of starts and rehab starts as well. So he's going to be out for at least a week. Meanwhile, Matt Manning's being called up to pitch tonight, but they brought up Akil Baddoo last night or yesterday for that game. So they're going to have to make some corresponding moves here. And they've got Gio Urshela, who's definitely coming back. He's done all he needs to do at Toledo. He was hitting like 600 in 3 games there. But the matchup against tonight's pitcher may not be that favorable for him, so they don't have to bring up today, but maybe tomorrow. So there's moves that are going to be made. Is Valade going down? I would, or are they just going to simply send back Akil Baddoo? Is that the simple move? But if you're going to bring up Urshela, then there's going to have to be another move. But Urshela, can't wait to get him back in the lineup because he's one of the few guys who was hitting. The top 4 or 5 guys in the Tigers lineup, those are the only guys that are hitting. It's amazing. Like, those guys have, I think it's 4 of the top 5 players have like OPS over 800, which is nice. You like to see that, considering the average OPS in baseball is 700. But then it drops significantly after that with guys that are well below 600 or at 600 and below. That's disappointing. Hitting's got to get better. As much as, there's a correction in the pitching with the bullpen perhaps, we need to see that correction in the hitting where more of the hitters on the bottom end are starting to hit. And maybe we're starting to see that with Torkelson. His OPS is up to 628 now, which is not great. But considering where it was, it's like a 30-point jump in just a couple of weeks. And you'd like to see, Kerry Carpenter. It felt like when I heard Kerry Carpenter hit the 2 home runs, because you heard it because you were listening on the radio, and got to, it was 4 on the season. Now he's got 5 on the season. I'm like, that's it? Why do I feel like Kerry Carpenter hit more home runs than that? Because he went a long way where he wasn't really hitting. Well, his OPS is at 844. Riley Green at 864. But he looks like he's been in a little bit of a slump as of late too. But there's guys at the top end of the lineup that are hitting. Guys at the bottom end have got to start hitting. Otherwise, maybe we're going to see more of a switcheroo from guys at Toledo and guys in the big club because they're just not getting it done.
248-539-9797. If you want to discuss some Tigers, we mentioned the roster juggling. And all right, what does the torque bomb do for torque? Can they get going? It's Carson Anderson. Can they get him going? It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Kangs behind the glass. All right, so Pistons didn't go their way with the draft lottery. It seems as though there is now some discussion that Detroit appears to be interested in making a run at Minnesota Timberwolves head executive Tim Connolly. This according to James Edwards and Shams Charania from The Athletic. The Pistons were denied permission to talk with John Horst. Other names, according to The Athletic, New Orleans Trajan Langdon.
The Alaskan assassin.
Yeah. Former Dookie. Dennis
Once
Lindsay.
Once a Dookie, always a Dookie.
New Orleans Trajan Langdon, Dallas's Dennis Lindsay, and Chicago's Mark Eversley.
Eversley was a guy they tried when they hired Weaver. Wasn't he one of those guys?
Yep. He's worked in the NBA and front office for 15 years, including stops in Toronto, Washington, and Philly. Before taking his most recent position, the most power he's had in his career in Chicago. Lindsay is currently in an advisory role with the Dallas Mavericks. He held several roles in the Utah Jazz in 2012 to 2021, including GM. And Langdon, a former scout for the San Antonio Spurs before becoming the assistant GM of the Brooklyn Nets. Held that role till 2019, became the GM of the New Orleans Pelicans, where he helped build the Pelicans into one of the more intriguing young teams in the league. So, I don't know. I don't have a...
Well, the Connolly name
I wanted Horst because Horst was from the thumb.
Right. But was he just going to be okay for the Pistons then?
That's a great point.
That would have been better than what we got.
That's true.
Well, here's the interesting thing about the report, guys, is the Conley thing.
Yeah.
Is apparently to get him from Minnesota, you need to offer this guy like crazy money, like $15 million per year or something like that. Now, if he's really good, of course, money's not an issue. It's worth it. But we just went through a hiring phase of hiring a coach and making him the highest paid coach in the league. And some thought that was the only way you can get him out here is to pay him that much money. I don't want the same situation with the president of basketball operations where you only reason he comes out here is because you turned him down like he can't say no money. You know, I want someone to want the job, to want to turn this thing around. Not just speak, not that, and oh, by the way, they gave me the most money I've ever seen.
Yeah, I had to take this job.
Yeah.
I hear you. Somebody that wants to take on this challenge and doesn't need to be bribed to do it.
Basically.
Yeah, that makes some sense. Makes some sense.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Kang, but at the same time, I just want somebody who's good. I just want a competent GM. And if it's going to take that price to pry him away, you see the kind of guy who's just going to rest on his laurels and say, hey, great, I got the money. I don't have to do anything else. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's necessarily – is that what you think happened with Monty, that he's just, hey, I don't have to do anything else? I'm
not saying he wasn't trying or he was tanking on purpose, but you do have to – it does enter my mind, my personal mind a little bit where – would he have come here if they didn't offer him that much money? Did he really, really want to come here? You know?
Right.
He was going to take the year off.
I think that's the difference right there, though, is that with Monty Williams, it seemed like all indications were he was done coaching for a little bit, needed to take some time away because of personal stuff. And okay, fair enough. And then Tom Gores shows up and wines and dines him and says, I'll pay you more money than you ever thought. And he's like, well, how can I turn that down? So if his heart really wasn't into going into it, that's one thing. But if Tim Connolly is, one of these guys that people like, and the reason they have to wait is because Minnesota is still in it. And by the way, they're battling his former team, which is Denver. So right there might tell me all I need to know about the guy. If we're courting the guy who left an organization that his current organization is still playing in the playoffs, maybe that's the guy to get.
Could be.
Because of the pedigree.
Yep.
But
all good points.
He's still, I guess the article says whether or not Connolly returns to the Timberwolves, league sources say he is likely to opt out of the final year of his contract. Seems likely that Connolly will return to Minnesota, but if Pistons owner Tom Gores is willing to offer something like, as Kang said, $15 million annually, that could be enough to pry him away. Well, it's money. Now, apparently, if they really wanted to go after Horst, it might cost him like draft pick compensation or something like that, which apparently the Pistons are saying that's not going to happen.
All right. We said we get to the torque thing, so I want to follow up on it, but of course we have open lines. Last chance to get your champ and chump votes in over the next 15 or so minutes, 248-539-9797. Torque finally hit a bomb. you made a great prediction that once he hits one, his next one will come within the next 15 ABs.
Yeah, next 4 games.
Yep. So I like it, Gator. I like the way you're thinking, my friend. But as it stands right now, can one get him going?
Sure hope so. I mean, we've seen some better at bats from Torkelson.
Yeah.
And he's making more of a conscious effort because he knows that teams are pitching him away to hit it the opposite way and go with it. He had a double right down the first base line that was kind of like that. Kind of rocketed off in that direction and maybe gives him confidence. Hey, if I just reach out there, I'm going to put the ball over the first baseman's head. I get extra bases. But that home run was impressive. It was like, unfortunately, it comes at a time that I think Houston just wanted to get out of there because they already had this big lead, up 9-1 at the time. It doesn't matter. Let's go. And, send him a cookie and pitched him right where you can't pitch Torkelson. He likes to pitch middle in, and he blasted it over 400 feet. It was a no doubt home run. Will it be enough to get him going? I sure hope so.
Well, I don't know if this means anything, but right now the Marlins come in as a team that's allowed the 4th most home runs in baseball. They've given up 49 home runs so far. So
that's considerably more than the Tigers have hit.
Yep, but perhaps it's the right staff at the right time for Torque to add to his total. The Tigers this year have
36.
36. Yeah. So, you asked me a question earlier that the Tigers lead the majors in this offensive stat.
Yeah.
Is it doubles?
It is not doubles.
Not doubles. Is it hit by pitches?
I did not look at that. It could be, but I'm doubting it. We're not particularly irritable like maybe the Yankees are.
Mm-hmm. I'm seeing what I can come up with. Is it a common stat?
Yeah.
Is it? It's not strikeouts, is it?
It is not strikeouts.
Okay.
But this is more of a positive thing. This is like the only positive thing I can find about the Tigers offense when it comes to league wide.
I'm kind of running out of ideas. And I know it's not stolen bases. I know it's not walks.
Definitely not stolen bases. I'd like them to do more than that. I'd like them to walk more. I will help. I'll just tell you.
Well, can I get one more guess?
Yeah.
Triples.
It is triples.
Is it?
They are tied with Philadelphia and Boston for the most triples in baseball with 10 total triples.
Not sure what to do with that, but
it's there, man.
It's something to build on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Badu hit the triple yesterday. His only at bat hits a triple to give the Tigers their 10th of the year. So take it for what it's worth.
Sweet. Cool. I will take it for what it's worth.
Well, Saturday was fun.
You know what? When you listen to them play, they sound like a triple team.
They do sound like a triple team.
And I also want to say the first time I heard the City Connect uniforms, they sounded good too.
They
sounded better than I thought they'd sound.
They sounded great?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, yeah, bravo. Nah, man. I mean, look, something to build on. I mean, we were talking about Torque. Does he still lead the league in doubles?
The American
League. Yeah, he was the American League leader in doubles.
That, but I think he might be.
Which was a weird stat for a guy who wasn't hitting the ball out.
Don't they feel like worse than 20-20?
Yep.
It's like when we talk about them, we take feedback and calls, and it feels worse than 500. Yeah. And 500's probably about where you would expect him when we started this whole thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Torkelson does lead the American League with 13 doubles, followed by two guys from the AL Central, Ryan Jeffers and Pasquantino, and then Gavin Sheets and Bobby Witt Jr. are also in there in the top 4, are tied for 4th place anyway. So lots of guys from the division.
So the Tigers haven't finished at 500 or above since 2016. And typically they've finished well below 500. So this is this is trending to be the best Tiger team we've had in 8 years.
It was.
And it doesn't feel like, Kang, you bring up a great point. It doesn't feel like it's being embraced by the community as this little team that could.
It's not. You know what I think is the biggest reason? Because there's 3 teams ahead of them in the division, despite the fact that they were playing above 500 baseball. Now they're at 500. I talked about it Friday of going into the weekend series. They got 18 games where it's this winning stretch of games of winnable games because they only faced 3 times during that stretch a team that's got a better than 500 record, and that's Kansas City.
Yeah.
So now we're at 15 games left in that stretch. They've started off 1-2, not ideal. And particularly when you had one game that, I guess it's 2 games you didn't show up really offensively.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's summertime in Detroit, and that means our baseball team, full swing. Pick up your favorite Stoli vodka flavor and pair it with a refreshing lemonade to enjoy while you watch. Make it the summer of Stoli. Celebrate with a Stoli blueberry and lemonade, or maybe try a Stoli vanilla espresso martini. No matter what your drink of choice is, remember Stoli for your premium vodka. Whether it's at the game or in your backyard patio, rooting for your favorite player to hit a home run, Stoli Vodka's got you covered. Pick up a bottle of Stoli Vodka today. And as always, Stoli asks that you please drink responsibly.
And welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Texts and calls, same number, 248-539-9797. So we did finally get to see the and here, I suppose, Doug, the new jerseys, the City Connect jerseys. We joked about being able to hear them. But if you saw any highlights or if you were at the game over a couple of games over the weekend where they wore them, you had the opportunity to see them live and in person, or if it was just on a TV or whatever. What'd you think of the look? Now, I mean, you had your preconceived notions, and then you actually saw them.
Okay. I want to make sure I'm abundantly clear on this. I do not particularly like them, but I also do not particularly care. I think they're harmless. And if people love them, I'm in favor of them. I've nothing changed my opinion of dark pants in baseball. This is a hill I'm willing to die on. You should not wear dark pants for baseball. I think it's white or gray, and that's it. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
All right, so it didn't change your mind.
However, I cannot emphasize enough that they are so harmless. They're just a few occasions this year they will wear these things.
Kang, did you?
I'm not mad at all.
You don't seem mad.
No.
Did your opinion change at all after seeing them?
I like them slightly better than I thought. So it went a positive direction, I would say. It wasn't like, oh my God, I love them now. But I'm like, oh, those aren't, before I was indifferent as well, Doug. But now I'm like, yeah, okay, they're not bad.
I kind of liked them before, and now I do like them. It's confirmed I like them, but I'm also disappointed that they screwed up the hat.
Where it just says Detroit.
If they'd gone back to just the old English D hat with that uniform, I think that's a home run.
Mm-hmm.
I think that works fine. And unlike you, I don't doesn't bother me that there are dark pants.
The one thing I kind of liked was the two-tone helmet.
Mm-hmm. The
electric blue, the black into the electric blue, I thought was a cool look.
Yeah. I do like the visor. I like everything about the hat except for how it says Detroit on the front of the hat.
It just didn't do it for me.
No, I love the bill underneath that has that, the tiger face in there in the blue. I like the nuances on the side with the VIN number and the other Major League Baseball logo on the other side that has a little bit of that electric blue in there. I do like it, but if they just, I think, dropped the ball a little bit on the front of the hat.
Well, look, it isn't the most creative thing I've ever seen. I suppose I would be intrigued to see what other ideas they had that they turned down. I also made the comment that I would have thought that if they kept the Old English D hat, I probably would have liked them more. But look, they weren't made. They didn't do them to appeal to me. That if they moved a bunch of merchandise, mission accomplished. This is a MLB directive, and so it's not like the Tigers just went and decided to do this on their own, right? It's what everybody's doing it in the league. You saw Cleveland's came out, right?
Yeah, it says CLE on the front, the abbreviation for Cleveland.
Yep.
And it looks like a bit of a throwback with the dark blue jersey, kind of like to the Major League movie jersey, that dark jersey.
Yeah.
Dark blue with the red, white, and blue stripe down the shoulder.
Yeah.
Kind of like it.
Yeah, out of all the City Connect ones, I think Atlanta's my favorite, even though I have no affiliation nor care. I'm a Padre fan. I hate the Padres City Connect jersey. I think it's awful. Have you seen that?
I have not, but I'm good.
It is such a Miami Vice look. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. There's probably some community tie-in that I'm not aware of. But are you seeing those?
I'm not sure I got the colors right. What kind of green? Mint green with is it a pink, like hot pink?
Yeah.
And a white jersey?
Yeah.
Not the greatest look. I don't like it.
Yeah. I don't like anything about it. But again, I actually am far more hostile towards those because, yeah, I like the brown and gold. No, I don't like the brown and gold. I love the brown and gold.
Well, this is nothing like that.
And that's nothing like it.
So that hat, you're not going to get that hat.
No. No, I'm not going to get
that coastal green hat with the hot pink SD on the front.
Yep.
Okay. Fair enough.
At one point, I'm just like, what? Like the first time I saw him, I didn't know anything about it. And I saw him and I'm like, what the hell is you Darvish wearing? And then it's like, oh, these are great. Anyway, not for me. Not for me. You've seen Atlanta's though, right?
I'm going through some right now here. I like from what I can see right away, I like Colorado's.
The green with the mountain, mountain backdrop.
It's got the green pants. Doug's not
a fan of the dark pants. Is anybody with me on that? Dark pants on baseball uniforms. I just think they look professional, like men's fast pitch softball. There's just nothing MLB about them, but which is so weird because I think dark pants on football players look sweet, but on baseball uniforms, not so much. But on football uniforms, I think they look great. ESPN came out with their NBA mock draft, and at 5, the Detroit Pistons select Modest Bazelis, G League Ignite, 19-year-old, 6'10" Lithuanian, who is a highlight machine in the G League. Gator, you want to go full Bazelis breakdown Wednesday?
Yeah.
I mean, he could be the pick. I don't know. Seems to be shooters available.
Is he a shooter?
Well, I don't know if he's one of the better shooters in the draft. I'm going to have to do a lot of research on that. But then whether he's one of the better shooters in the draft, all that matters is he one of the better shooters come out? You could be a best shooter in a bad draft of shooters, so it doesn't really matter. It feels like missing out on the first pick this year isn't the worst thing in the world, but bottom line here is it's not great. But Bazelis, I mean, a 6'10" athletic guy. He made 45% of his three-pointers as a high school senior, but saw that number drop significantly with the G League Ignite. Great.
Wow. That's
yep.
Uh-huh.
Got some more stuff coming out of the NBA here, potential Pistons stuff.
Yeah.
Doug's plan of drafting Bronny James.
Yeah.
So you can get LeBron and make LeBron
and all the free agents that can come with.
Exactly. So Bronny James has measured, okay?
Yeah.
I just want to let you know he's listed on USC's website as 6'4".
Okay, on USC's website.
Yeah, which is everyone has him listed as 6'4".
But they got the combine going on, right?
Official measurement without shoes, 6'1.5".
Oh my God.
2.5 inch difference.
Give him the shoes and 6'2". Fine.
Is he
6'2.5" maybe? Maybe even 6'3".
Look, it feels like there's almost no value to the second-round picks in the NBA, so he'll probably get drafted. But he averaged 5 points a game at SC. And I know that doesn't mean as much as it used to. Got it.
Well, and he had the health issue, so it was going to take him a while before he got into playing and all that. But I don't know why you'd go pro at this point.
Because you can.
Because your dad's
I suppose
LeBron.
you can, but if your dad's LeBron, right, and you don't have to, money is not a thing. It's not like, I've got a family to support and all this, right?
Yep.
Money's not an issue for Bronny. Why not just go back to USC, compete in the Big Ten, which is strange to say, but actually get a year of actually playing basketball and build yourself up, and if you're any good, you can enter then.
You know where he's going to go? I'll make the prediction today. On May the 13th, Bronny James will get drafted by the Indiana Pacers because they have 3 second-round picks. And second-round picks in the NBA mean so little that they can throw a second-round pick at LeBron's kid just to have LeBron's kid. I don't know if it's going to mean they get LeBron. They even want LeBron. We all get it. He's probably going to be a diminishing return kind of player moving forward. But it could bring an the funny thing about the Piston thing is, of course, I'm not really all that serious, but it would give them juice. They have no juice. And if they see a player at 53 that they think can play, take that player. But if they get to 53 and everything's a long shot and Bronny's still there, give you some juice, because then all of a sudden LeBron is looking at you. So here's Stoney.
You trade down in the first round, you take them late in the first round. Bring me the first round juice.
You want Bronny in the first round?
I Not at 5, but I would take him late in the first round.
You would?
Yeah, why not? Give him time to 2 or 3 years to develop. You have LeBron for a year at least, and it'd be fun. God, it's all about entertainment.
You know, the funny thing about that is I have never felt that way. Do it because it's fun. Do it because it brings you juice. Do it because it'll sell tickets. With the Pistons right now, as flatlined as they feel, I don't know that I'm against it.
I mean, you would have to have an ironclad guarantee that if you draft the kid that LeBron signs, right?
Correct.
And right, diminishing returns LeBron, but he does bring perhaps coveted free agents with him. Perhaps.
Possibly, yeah.
Because right now, you know what coveted free agents likely to come here? Not many.
No.
Even though the Pistons have like twice as much cap space as the third highest team in the NBA.
No, there should be a barricade around LCA to keep Tobias Harris away.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the type of free agents they're going to get. And that's going to provide juice. And, yeah, they'll win some games because players on bad teams have to get points.
Yep.
But, yeah, I mean, it is. It's sad. We're at the point where, you know what? I take Bronny James just to have his father here for a few years because his father's still one of the 10 best players in the league.
Still playing. What do you got playing coming up next with Mike?
Well, we'll talk about whether you really think the lottery is fixed or not or any of that garbage. So I don't believe it's fixed, obviously, because of saying that. Also, David went through a wonderful weekend with his children, or at least one of his boys. Yes, exactly. And something that you've gone through for years. I really haven't.
Okay.
And also our baseball team, the Detroit Tigers.
Yep.
Are they fluky 500 or are they a good 500?
Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
All right, welcome in on a beautiful Monday afternoon. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hi, Mike.
The Godfather is back. I'm happy you're here today for a multitude of reasons.
Okay.
One being,
Yes.
We have to talk some Pistons.
Yes,
no
we do.
one more qualified. Nobody ran the concourse of the Palace like Michael Stone.
That's true.
Nobody went behind the curtain at the Palace with a couple of Bud Heavies after a game like Mike Stone in the heyday.
Oh, in the heyday.
So
drinking buds with the late but great Matt Dobick in Joe Dumar's office after games, after he would leave. Yes, it was beautiful.
Lock and load. We have a lot to discuss. We will get to the Tigers at 3 because it's not even my opinion I'm going to be offering you. Oh, no. No. See, some of you think I'm mean when it comes to your Tigers. Big bad Mike. Well, then, what's your excuse when it is Dan Dickerson offering the opinion? We'll get to it at 3. Let's talk Pistons lottery yesterday. Why they did it Sunday at 3, 4 o'clock, I have no idea. I have no idea.
It made no sense.
Why wasn't it halftime of the playoff game tonight?
It's the way it used to be. I remember when the Darko draft was. It was halftime of the Pistons-Nets Final Four game.
Just last year. It was Wemby Fiesta was like a Monday or Tuesday night. But I digress. Mm-hmm. So the Pistons, they get effed again, and they're picking 5th.
Yes, they get effed again.
They did, but this is how I want to sell this.
Okay.
Now, I'm not going to say, people, I will tell you, there's a trigger warning for today's show for Mike Stone.
Yes, there is.
If I'm not going to tell people if you say a certain thing, he's going to lose it, but he's told me.
Yes.
I think this is 2 things can be true, and this is where I want your opinion on this, and I want to hear from the people. A, clearly the NBA lottery is broken. The last 6 years, under the revised model, the team with the worst pick has yet to get the number 1 overall pick.
Correct.
It's broken, okay? You can say that. You can say functionally and fundamentally the lottery's broken. However, that's true, but so is the following in my world. I feel no sympathy for the Pistons. None. Because they are a lemonade stand. They're a complete clown show. From the owner on down. And at a certain point, when you are run so poorly, Mike, and you are such a joke, and you are such a circus, I reserve the right to not feel bad. Why do you have sunglasses on your head? Are you going for a bike ride? Can you take those off, please? Sure. My God. What are you, Jose Canseco in the outfield? I don't feel bad.
No, you reap what you sow. Cliche, but it's true.
Can't stand them.
Look, last year, they did the right thing, if you want to call not playing players who were marginally injured or whatever, because they wanted to get in the best position to get a generational player. No problem with that. It didn't work. This year, in my opinion, and I'm pretty sure yours too, they didn't even try to lose. They just lost because they sucked. They sucked from the front office. They sucked with their new coach. Players who you thought were good kind of sucked at times. Basically, the Detroit suckies instead of the Pistons. They were so bad. So I feel bad for the fans. I don't feel bad for the organization.
But what fans?
They still have.
But hold on, Mike. They've missed a generation since Gores took over in 2009.
Yeah,
Mike, they've missed a generation.
Well, they've missed a generation of fans who have actually seen quality basketball. That you're correct. But they still, for whatever reason, I don't care if they're giving away this. They still draw decently, considering the crap that's put on the court. There's still people who sit there and are basketball fans that like the NBA. I mean, there are people who don't like the NBA. Oh, it's not as good as hockey. You know, look, I'm a hockey guy, as you know, but I like the NBA as well. Well, when I come back from Florida and I'm tanned a lot, maybe you might say so. However, that being said, as a fan, I feel bad because there's some really compelling playoff basketball going on. And that generation, yes, we have not seen good basketball. That generation has not seen quality basketball.
That's really what the NBA has become.
Yes.
It's about the playoffs.
All sports,
so my argument is,
look,
my issue is the following. Yes, the lottery's broken. All right? It's just when the worst team goes 6 years without getting the number 1 overall pick, your system is flawed. All right? It's not working as intended.
Right. Hockey tried to fix it where you can't move down, 2 times within a 5-year period. Because the Wings, that 1 year where they had the worst record, they got absolutely.
Was that the Jack Hughes year?
Yeah.
Was that?
No, I think that was a Lafreniere year actually. And,
yeah,
he hasn't turned out to be a great player. But that said,
so here's the other end. The reality with the lottery. You could simplify this. You take the 3 worst teams, and there's your lottery. It's picks 1, 2, and 3. We don't need to overcomplicate it. If you make the play-in game, you shouldn't have a chance to be in the lottery.
As I told you before the show, the fact that the Atlanta Hawks and the Golden State Warriors were up on that stage yesterday was revolting.
How about Houston? 41-41. Why are they even partaking in this?
I know. I'll give them credit though, as far as what you deserve, because they at least tried with Dillon Brooks and Van Vliet. But the Hawks and the Warriors should not have been a part of the lottery, and to make it worse, the Atlanta Hawks win the lottery. That's wrong. That's right. If you make the play-in game, I know technically it's not the playoffs. No, you should not be able to be in the lottery unless through a trade or something. Like San Antonio, they're picking 4 and 6 or something like that.
Yeah,
that's an organization, and they got lucky with Wemby.
So here's my question. All right, are you just done with the Pistons if you're a Piston fan? I mean, it's hopeless. Think about it right now. We're going to talk about it a little later. I mean, no team president. Your GM and your coach, a month after the season ended, are in the wind. We have no idea what their future is going to be because the new person, who, by the way, you can't even interview anybody. Neil Oshie said thanks, but no thanks. The Bucks won't let you interview their guy.
Right.
We're going to go get Bob Connolly from Minnesota. What are you going to do? Pay him $15 million a year?
Right. He did a great job with Denver, did a really good job with Minnesota, but he's making, $8 million now? Well, how
Correct.
much? Well, Gores, he doesn't care. I'll give him credit for that. Money's no object. He just gives out his checks to the wrong people.
And here's what you have to look forward to if you look at mock drafts right now. Do you know who the consensus mock to the Pistons is? Good, I don't either.
Yeah.
Matas Buzelis.
Yes, who shoots, I believe, from 3-point range 28%.
Yeah, one problem. 6'11", 190.
Yeah. It's bowl.
So I'm just making a point. Like, this franchise is in a completely hopeless spot. Because even now, how does someone come in and restructure a front office 3 weeks before the draft?
The people who you're scouting, who are at the combine in Chicago, you may want to get rid of. I mean, well, what's the deal?
That's why I can't feel bad for them. No. Because Tom Gores is such an unqualified, just an unserious person as it relates to basketball. And you know what? Listen, here's why he's unserious about the Pistons. Do you know what Platinum Equity's portfolio manages?
Not a lot of good stuff and a lot of crap, too.
$49 billion in assets.
Yeah.
The Pistons represent 1.5 of that.
Yes.
Okay, so if you want to understand...
How much is milking the prisoners?
Here you go. There's $9.99.
Yeah.
But my point is, look, the league... I keep saying it, and I'll keep saying it. The league stepped in on Sarver. They stepped in on Sterling. There has to come a point the league steps in, because this is driving one of the premium, proud organizations, one of a handful that has multiple championships in this league. Guys, if you go look, half the NBA has never won a title.
I know.
Not one. Then there's a segment of teams that has won a singular one. It's rarefied air to win 3.
Yes.
They should have 4. The point I'm making.
More than that. But
this thing is being driven into Middle Earth. So in that sense, I don't feel bad what happened yesterday, because I don't want anything good to happen to Tom Gores. I want Tom Gores to sell.
Well,
I want him gone.
I get that. But if for some reason they became good, I wouldn't root for them to lose because I didn't like the owner.
No, but I'd still be upset that he gets joy. I don't think Tom Gores deserves to be happy. Okay? There.
You're allowed to feel that way.
I don't think he deserves to be happy. Eternal diarrhea. I don't feel bad. But Piston fans, if there's any, I challenge that there's any, if they want to call and say the lottery's broken, they're right.
It is broken.
The lottery is a mess.
Mm-hmm.
6 years is plenty sample size to know. And it just, here, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We got a guy who wants to talk, and he has a theory on the lottery, and I'm going to lead the show with Abdul and turn it over to the godfather of radio. Abdul, welcome.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Excellent.
Yeah. Well, my theory is the NBA is full of corruption. Where do I start and where do I end? They've lost most of their fan base. Me and my buddies, we don't watch the NBA no more because of all the stuff that we can see through. And it's just embarrassing.
Abdul, we'll take you one point at a time. The NBA has not lost most of its fan base. In fact, the ratings, if you care about that, are on the rise and doing pretty well, okay? Here, they've lost some fan base. Go ahead. You continue.
How many fans watch the NBA Finals?
I don't know the exact number, but it's fine. What was the ratings on the NBA Finals?
Maybe what, like 10 million?
I think it's a little more than that, but go ahead.
Abdul, what's the point?
Monday, on a typical Saturday Night Football or Monday Night Football.
Don't compare football to anything.
Fellas, can I jump in for a second? Because I don't know where to. Abdul, what does this have to do with the Pistons not getting a good pick?
What I'm saying is it's the NBA is corrupt and they orchestrate all the games and all the players are in it, and it's just embarrassing because
give me some proof.
In order to fix the NBA. They got to stop putting profits before the fan base. They want every game to go to Game 7.
Abdul,
it's like they do so many weird things, and it's just obvious.
Abdul, give me some proof where you think the NBA is, to use a word that's on the screen, rigged.
It's like some teams. It's like when you watch like playoff teams. It's like when there's like a lead on one team and all the other team just in one game they all get sick.
He's not answering.
And you would know that because you don't watch the games. Get out. Get out! It is 75 and sunny. I'm not in a bad mood. Crap like that puts me in a bad mood. Abdul, you said you don't watch the league. So your opinion is now rendered useless. I don't want to hear from you. You don't watch the league. You said it. Oh, it's just like the playoff game thing, and one team has lead, and then white guy, and... Goodbye, Abdul. Goodbye. We're talking Pistons lottery. The lottery process is broken. You want to say the lottery's fixed? Say it. I don't believe that, but you could say it.
I dare you.
I'm just saying, how can he lead his call going, I don't watch the league?
I know.
But here, listen to my take on it.
Yes.
Fun. All right, guys, weather. We are ready to roll. Road trips. It's beautiful out. Moran Buick GMC. Deals galore. The 24 GMC Terrain starting $279 a month, 24 months. The 24 Buick Encore GX Preferred, $229 a month, 36 months. Both $19.99 down. New stock arriving daily. Easy online ordering system at MoranExpress.com. And they got Yukons in stock. They have Denali's in stock as well. Simple. Make sure your car has the service for that road trip. Go to MoranExpress.com. You get the free loaner vehicle. And for the best deal in town, you just go to Moran Buick GMC on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, we'll get to the phones. We'll get some ticket texts as well. Tiger Talk at 3 o'clock. Got a Dan Dickerson opinion for you. That way you can't yell at me. And please don't take it that I don't care. I can't be upset because, A, the organization's a clown car. And second of all, it is my opinion that this on paper looks like one of the worst drafts in the last 25 years of NBA basketball. This draft really reminds you a lot of the Keon Dooling draft in 2000. This is a horrific draft. And a lot of people in NBA circles share that opinion. Mm-hmm. So the Pistons falling to 5, while it seems completely unfair, and while I do agree that the NBA lottery process is broken, I can't yell and scream. We didn't miss out on Wembanyama this year.
No, but to sit there and say there's not going to be any really good players coming out of this draft is probably faulty as well.
Maybe it is, but I truly believe, again, every draft basically has them taking a European kid or some kid from the G League, elite, 6'11", 190, this Topic kid who can't shoot.
Bazelis can't really shoot that well either.
Okay, so what are we talking about?
To me, look, I don't want to break it down, but to me, I don't know. Stephen Castle intrigues me as somebody, obviously he's not ready right now from Connecticut.
The point is, nothing they do in this draft is going to change the trajectory of where they're going probably in the next 2 years.
You're correct.
And the people you're going to have in Chicago scouting these players isn't going to be employed by the time you draft these players.
I know. That's the major issue. Who's running the show here?
P.T. Barnum, that's who.
Right. Well,
David, ticket text, what do you got for me?
As a Pistons fan, I love watching games to bet against them, and for Jalen Duren points, rebounds, and money, this team is done. Justin in Lansing. Someone says, I swear to God, guys, at this point, I'd use the number 5 pick on Bronny and hope his dad comes to join him. Who cares? There's nothing else they can get at 5 that moves the needle.
I will tell you this.
Late first round, I would do it.
No. It would be Rob Gronkowski. LeBron would retire. You would get a phone call, much like when they called Austin Reeves to draft him, and Austin Reeves said, thanks, but no thanks. I'm going to sign an undrafted deal with the Lakers. Don't draft me. LeBron, the bat phone would ring. You could take Bronny. I ain't coming. There is no scenario LeBron James would play basketball.
Probably, but we can live in a fantasy world, can't we?
Fine. If you could get I'll tell you this right now. Right. If you could get a guarantee that LeBron would actually play,
yes,
I would do it because that's how little I think of this draft.
Right. So you would do it at 5.
Done.
Okay.
I don't care.
Right. I would try to trade down and do it, but whatever.
If David wants to live in fantasy land, I'll live in fantasy land.
He's still one of the top 10 players in the league for 1 year. What he's
doing at this age is absolutely incredible.
Yes.
And if that was a thing, if you taking Bronny could get him here,
yeah,
yes, you know why? You'd make the playoffs next year,
right? And there'd be juice.
I'm done with the Pistons until Troy is fired and I see some actual progress made to become a competent franchise. Can't do it anymore.
Yeah, what's today? May 13th? Season's been over for a month, and you're yet to fill the position of the person who gets to determine Troy Weaver and Monty Williams' fate. And Stoney, I know you've got a list. They already got Neil Oshie said thanks, but no thanks.
John Horst said, Milwaukee's not giving him permission
for it. Bottom line is, some of the guys on this list, I mean, the team president for Minnesota's already making $8 million a year. What does Goris have to pay him to leave Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves and convince his wife to move to Detroit?
Right. Trajan Langdon intrigues me. He's done a nice job in New Orleans under David Griffin.
What have they won?
I know.
Yeah, I'm not coming at you.
He intrigues me. The one who I don't want means the one they'll probably hire, and that's because I'm biased, is the guy in Chicago, Mark Eversley, who came into this league basically riding the coattails of Brian Colangelo. And you saw what he did in Philadelphia.
Sure. And what is Chicago built?
Right.
Nothing.
Zach LaVine.
Go to Dre, 97.1. Dre, what's going on?
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. What's up?
All right, good. Yeah, man. I won't say that I've given up on them, not because of anything on the floor necessarily, or God knows what we see, the momentum and changes building up in the front office. But if I love basketball, Mike, and when you look around the NBA, a lot of times it's not always pure talent that gets you going forward. It gets you over the hump. It is culture with coaching and training, and also just confidence. And despite the little things I think they will be able to do to make some kind of an undue change on the roster on paper, I do see still pure raw talent in Cade and Ivy and Duran and also Thompson. And if you look at teams around the league that are young, that have gotten better, Houston, Orlando, Minnesota, got better real quick.
Yeah, but you know what, Dre, look what Houston did to get real better real quick. They went and got some veterans like Van Vliet and Dylan Brooks. Look at what Minnesota went and got now. It was the most maligned trade in NBA history, but getting Rudy Gobert, but he obviously helps. And Conley.
Yeah, don't forget Mike Conley too. Mike Conley has been huge for them.
Yes.
And so no, I think those are type of moves maybe, but for them to get those kind of guys, they have to show some kind of momentum building going forward. And so I think what I'm holding out hope on is, can the right coach, I think these kids now, they're not kids, but I think what they lack more than anything is just confidence. And can you blame them? I mean, they've lost what? God knows what, maybe 40 games, 35 games, 38 games, and out of 50, and so you could be as good as you can be talent-wise, but when your confidence is shot, I think that's the bigger thing right now on the floor.
I think their biggest problem is this. They're a 14-win team, Dre, following a 17-win season, following a 23-win season, following 20. Here's the problem you face. Cade Cunningham is extension eligible. Yeah. You're headed nowhere. You probably got to trade Cade.
Yeah. But here's the problem, though, and I hear you with that in terms of you're probably better. Is it right to trade him now? But I honestly, I'll leave that in Cade's court, because I'm not, as a friend, for one, you see how it is with getting draft luck here. The chances of us getting the number one overall pick are so minute. Cade is still very young.
Well, I agree, but I also can't pay $50 million to a guy to win 14 games. Cade is good.
Where does the foundation start? But Mike, where's the foundation start?
Okay, so let's say you keep Cade. So hold on. Play the game with me, because I'm going to show you why I believe what I believe, Dre. Let's say you think Donovan Clingan is the best player in the draft. No, at 5. Let's say you believe that. You have to take him, which means you got to trade Duran.
Right.
You're not in a position to pass on the best player in the name of need. So whether you trade Cade or not, Dre, you're going to be doing the same thing.
Yeah, you're spinning your wheels. I understand that. Now, I will be willing to part. Now, I hate to call anybody untouchable. I don't believe anybody's untouchable. But I will say I'm much more willing to part with a Doran or an Ivy, who I still think highly of, than I do a Cade, because I feel like Cade, at his size and ability, gives you a lot more versatility in terms of different guys that could work with him. I think Ivy is a guy, he is ball dominant. He reminds me a lot of Russell Westbrook. Take the ball, go, right? You saw when Cade was out, that was Ivy's best ball. That's why he doesn't fit with Cade, right? And Doran, I love his game, but he's a rim runner. I mean, there's a chance you could find another rim runner going forward. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally do.
Those guys.
And Dre, I believe me, it doesn't bring me joy to be like, well, maybe we got to trade Cade. The point I'm making is, whoever you take, let's say the best player in this draft is a power forward. Well, then you got to move on from Asur. Because Asur, you can't have a small forward that shoots 11% from 3.
I mean, his whole offseason, by the way, has to be shooting 5,000 jumpers a day.
You get what I'm selling you here.
Yes.
No matter who they draft, they're probably trading someone.
Yes, they have to.
So my point is, when the new team president comes in, is the first thing you want to saddle him with is Cade Cunningham's extension? We just won 14 games. Where am I going with Cade and Tobias Harris for a combined $75 million?
We're putting up a barricade around Little Caesars Arena.
Well, it's happening.
Tobias Harris is not allowed in.
I hope you're ready, and he'll be filming Cheez-It commercials with Boban. Hope you're ready. 5 at 200.
I'd take Boban first.
5 at 200, downloading. I'm making, Stoney, you know the point I'm making.
I know exactly what the point you're making.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls, get some of the ticket text. Little college football blitz at 2:45. Tigers at 3.
Ooh, boy, keep the hits rolling.
All right, Stoney's highlights from camp coming up at 3:15. What do you want me to do?
I know. The Lions aren't playing yet.
Stoney
There's
really
nothing to talk-
upsold the 3 o'clock topic. Let me just tell you
Well,
that.
I mean,
Hey, we got Tiger Talk at 3. Spinal cord. Companies out here advertising BOGO offers on ACs and furnaces.
Michigan State football at 4:35.
Turn his mic off
Michigan
immediately.
basketball.
There's nothing free if you want a fair deal. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They have got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. Bundle with a new high-efficiency AC and furnace. You can save yourself up to $2,000. Fast installation and great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, straight to the people. Pistons get screwed in the lottery. Yes, the lottery's flawed. No, I don't think it's fixed that they hate Detroit. I don't.
No, it's a cruel. It is a cruel joke, but it's not fixed.
But if you want to tell me in a generational year, and it was the Pistons versus the Knicks for a Wembanyama, and the Knicks got it, yeah, there's a piece of my mind that believes that.
Look,
no, I don't think there's an anti-Pistons thing.
No, I do believe in the frozen envelope the first year of the lottery
85.
with Patrick Ewing. Yes, I do believe in that. That's the one conspiracy I do believe in. But as far as this Detroit, Glad was reading, even Facebook, Twitter, people I know, oh, it's fixed. Oh, yeah, they don't want Detroit. Oh, they want San Antonio because somebody mentioned, Victor and LeBron winning. Oh, yeah, Cleveland and San Antonio, really huge markets.
What do you think? Do you think the NBA in the worst draft? What Atlanta has done them some favors?
No, I know.
Atlanta's a poverty franchise.
Right.
Atlanta has no history. Ooh, Dominique. Yeah, let's check that title hotline.
Yeah, exactly.
Your favorite John Concac memories.
When was the last time they won a title? When they were the St. Louis Hawks, probably. Before Russell in the early Celtics.
But is the system broken? Yes, it is.
Yes.
6 years that the worst team hasn't gotten the top pick. Let's go to Noah. 97.1. What's up, Noah?
Hi, how are you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah, I'd just like to say I don't think the NBA lottery is technically rigged. I think they're trying to keep it away from allowing teams to be rewarded for tanking. And Mike, I'd actually agree with you with what you're saying that we shouldn't be rewarding the Pistons for this failure. Troy Weaver has made constant bad decision after bad decision, whether that's because Cade goes hurt, you trade Sadiq Bey and start playing Bogdanovich more and thinking that Wembanyama is going to fall to us when we both know that Greg Popovich is the guy that develops the big men. Robinson, Duncan, he's going to get Wembanyama. We're not going to get that. We're not going to sit there and get the number one overall pick year after year because we keep falling short.
No, and they changed the rules. They changed the rules because of the process Sixers. So they again,
right.
You knew you would get it less. Now you got it. You got to bite at the apple. You got the number one pick and you took Cade. The problem is Cade is good to very good. He's not Anthony Edwards. Cade is not an all-NBA superstar. He's just not.
Agreed, but also Anthony Edwards still was coming into a better situation with better players.
I agree.
If you traded for a shooting guard rather than waiting for one to fall on your lap with Jaden Ivey to work with Cade, and traded for a better four with Isaiah Stewart to get a better stretch four.
Yeah, no, a great point is you've wasted Cade's rookie contract bragging about your cap flexibility instead of using it. I agree with you.
I'm talking about years ago. I'm not talking about now.
Oh,
now
I'm saying in the
play.
here and now, Troy Weaver's been more interested in pimping cap space and being nimble than at putting actual human beings around Cade.
Plus, in some of those trades
that's my point as to why he shouldn't have a job anymore.
Agreed.
Right.
And those examples that I've made.
And, and Noah, the other thing is to get those guys like you mentioned, Bey and Stewart, he gave up some draft capital that they sure wish they had now.
Just like he did with Duren, but no Piston fan wants to talk about that. You still owe the Knicks a first-round pick.
And we don't have one. It's not like we've had like 3 bad big decisions. It's been like 20 to 30 small, terrible decisions over time that has been becoming a domino effect to not only is we're nearing the end of the Pistons Cade era, but when it's all said and done, this might be one of the worst rebuilds in not just Detroit sports history, but all of NBA history.
In all of any sport history.
It already is. I mean, I did it earlier this year. I think you won a grand total of 5 more basketball games over the same 3-year period as the process Sixers.
Right.
The Sixers were intentionally losing. You weren't. This is one of the worst rebuilds in the history of the league. Period. And what hope do you have for next year? Oh, well, we have $65 million in cap space. All right, how are you using it? Tobias? There you go, 4 at 160. Here you go, Stoney.
Let me ask you a question. I don't know if the Knicks would do this.
What? What do you want from me?
Would you, as a Piston, because you have to get rid of that pick eventually, right?
Yeah.
Trade the 5 to New York for 24 and 25.
No.
Okay.
Can't do that. I can't.
Okay.
You had me with your conspiracy about draft Bronny, get LeBron.
No, I know.
Fine.
Okay.
I can't do that. At 5, they got to take the best available player.
All
this
right.
was my point to Dre.
No, I know.
You take the best available player, even if it means you got to get rid of somebody. The point I'm making is Cade is extension eligible. If Cade wants to be here, he will sign that extension this summer. I don't see a whole lot of sense in that if I'm about to blow up the whole team. If I'm blowing up the front office, I'm getting rid of the GM, I'm getting rid of scouts, I'm getting rid of my coach. You're starting over again. It doesn't make a lot of sense to pay a guy. What's the rookie extension scale? I said $50 million flippantly. It might be like 42. But, I mean, it's a lot of money.
Right.
So you want to start that clock? Because then here's what happens. Once you pay Cade his rookie extension,
it keeps going up.
But
and up
his
and up.
representatives now go, thanks for the money, you dopes. Now we demand a trade. It's called doing a Simmons. You sign extension, 10 minutes later, trade me.
And then Cade will be at the Met Gala wearing a clock.
Right, and orange sunglasses. Let's go to Chris, 97.1. What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing?
Listen all the time. First time calling in to talk to you guys. So what I wanted to say was, I guess if I'm looking at like what the Pistons could do, unfortunately, I know a lot of people probably won't like it. It involves Trae Young. It involves Draymond. And possibly somehow getting Zach LaVine, even though I know he went and had surgery. Instead of coming here,
Chris, now I'm not going to, don't take this literally, okay? But from what we've heard, and Draymond is not a cancer, he's just over the hill. But you're just trading for, you got Trae Young, pancreatic cancer, and you got Zach LaVine, lung cancer. I mean, what else do you want to happen to this franchise?
Here's the thing. DeMar DeRozan, if he could have killed Zach LaVine and gotten away with it, would have.
Yeah.
And you're inheriting a player with 3 years and $140 million, I believe, left on his contract.
And he decided to have surgery so he couldn't be traded to Detroit during the season.
Chris, I like the creativity, and I'm fine saying a player like or similar to.
Yeah.
I just beg you, Chris, please don't. He is my Javi Baez on hardwood. You don't want him.
Trae Young's not much below in that ladder.
No, you
either.
can't win with male pattern baldness. You just can't do it. It's science. Can't do it.
All right, guys.
No, Chris, I appreciate it. And like I said, I understand the concept, and I'm with you. It just can't be that particular guy.
Right. Yes, exactly.
You do not
or
want
guys.
that. David, go ahead. What do we got on Ticket Tech?
So, well, let me give you this because you asked about the extension. So, the year before with Anthony Edwards, he got a 5-year, $260 million. So, even if the percentage jumped a little bit from year to year, he's in that 260 to 270 range.
Deserves every penny.
Okay, but hold on. Go around the room right. Oh, Kenny, forget it. He doesn't even know who Cade Cunningham is. Go around the room right now. You won 14 games last year. We're going 5 at 270 for Cade Cunningham.
No.
Well, why?
Yeah, I have to say no.
For what? There's no foundation here. Like, who do you know will be here when they're ready to make a run to the Eastern Conference Finals? Like, do we know that about Asur? Do you think that about Ivy? No. Is Jalen Duren even that type of player?
No, but at least those three, more than Cade, and it's not that much of a difference, are young enough where it's possible.
Okay.
But no.
If I were taking this job and running this franchise as the czar of basketball, while I would not demand that we trade Cade Cunningham, there would be like a 3-day corporate retreat to hyper-analyze the two pathways. Because I'm sorry, it has to be on the table now that the lottery screwed you.
Right.
Now you don't have the number one pick where you could select anybody you want. You're picking 5th. Now you got to go DEFCON 1. You go to the manual for when stuff is really effed up, and you get the launch codes.
But you have to, even though I agree with you, you have to make sure that you're not getting fleeced. That's all. You have to get good players.
Stoney, I'm with you.
Yeah, I know.
Do I want to trade him? No,
I think he's a very good player.
But what are my outs once I pay him 5 at 270? What are my outs? I signed Tobias Harris.
Stop with that already.
It's happening.
It's not going to happen.
David told me Jesus foretold it. Tobias is coming home.
I love it, Stoney. Stop it already. I love it.
It's happening. David has already selected the processional theme. For the offering plate at this week's Mass, text Tobias to 478-910.
Tobias is the quintessential, he's a great guy, but with me. He is.
But my point is that's where you're headed.
I know.
The whole folly of Troy Weaver's, and literally, he was stunting with his cap space. Like, here's my yacht. Troy, nobody wants your money, and you're not using it. Stop talking about it.
Tobias Harris or Jeremy Grant, 248.
But my point is you're headed nowhere.
I'm not disagreeing with
and
you.
We've already seen how this plays out when a guy takes the rookie extension.
Hopefully, whoever they can get to run this show can figure out a way to finagle, lie, cheat, do it any way you want, where you have to trade Cade Cunningham and you're getting great value in return, because you're right.
My advice would be,
if they have to pay Cade Cunningham that much money,
advice, you trade him to the Spurs. That's what they need. They got a gaggle of first-round picks. You go with the Spurs. That's the best I can offer you. All right, uplifting. Football's over, and well, basketball it never started. So Hungry Howie's has a great deal for you. The mix and match. You mix and match any two items starting at $6.99. It's never been better. Now that Hungry Howie's, basically the entire menu is on that mix and match plan. Whether it's beverages, 3-topping no-dough bowls, Howie cookies, and yes, of course, a medium 1-topping pizza. All $6.99. Mix and match them. Make magic. And again, when it comes to flavor, they got the market cornered. 8 flavored crusts. Don't settle for less than the best. Order off that mix and match menu tonight, only at Hungry Howie's. All right, let's get to it. Beautiful Monday, and we are almost under 90 days for the sport I used to love, which now has been ruined by greedy people like Rico. It's time for a little college football blitz. David.
Yes.
No, that'll be me when we get contracts and salary caps and we can end this charade. Go ahead, David.
Yes, it is college football music there, but that will not be the music you hear for the Michigan Open this year, because it was announced today that Michigan will open up the season on August 31st against Fresno State on Peacock. And then the week after, it will be Nebraska and Colorado on Peacock. That will be the night games to start the season.
I don't know if I can say this to a pastor without repercussions, but go to hell. I don't want to have to stream Michigan's opener, and I don't want Coach Prime versus Nebraska
streamed.
Because there's Saturday night. There's other games on. I do not want to be locked in.
Let me be fair, because I presented that wrong to you. It would also be on NBC.
You are okay. I don't know if I could say this to a pastor without fear of reprisal. You're human garbage. We're all good. We're on NBC.
Yes, it will be on NBC and Peacock. I just wanted to give it to you that way because I know you're upset with the streaming. But there will be exclusive games this season, so we'll see what happens.
It'll be every MSU game that nobody wants to watch.
Oh, that means I get to do the pregame show on Channel 4 again.
Right, I can be a Tiger fan. I just won't watch.
Well. Will you watch this? I love this next story here. This is great. Now, you remember last year when the Houston football team decided to wear the powder blue.
They were the best uniform of the season.
Yes, they were an homage to the Houston Oilers back in the day. Mm-hmm. They were sent a cease and desist order from the NFL last year. Well, this year they announced they're going to wear the jerseys. Screw you.
They have every right to wear them. They don't feature an Oiler logo. The blue could be slightly off. They play in Houston. The NFL has no rights to that.
Do they cease and dismiss Ole Miss? They use powder blues.
Well, it's a cease and desist.
Yeah.
Different words, Michael.
What did I say? Assist?
I'm just letting it
dismiss.
go.
Oh, dismiss.
But
whatever, yes.
Here's what the Houston officials sent to the NFL. They said, we weighed our legal options, and we believe we have a defensible position, and we're going to wear them anyway.
The NFL needs to just stop.
Go Cougars.
Come on, cut it out. There's no oil derrig on the logo. Stop.
I totally agree with you. Now, Mike, Stoney, the EA game is coming back. College football is returning. Would you pay $150 for it, though? Because that's what happened on social media. There was a photo, a screenshot of the GameStop database of the prices. The Heisman edition is $150. At least that's what it was listed on the screenshot.
I thought you said I think you meant $1.50.
No, what does it feature?
Apparently, the Heisman edition will feature you get it 3 days early. You will get the Madden MUT stuff where you get the special players and all of the stuff that you could play with in a different edition.
Okay.
So you'll get different things, but $150?
No. Look, here's the problem with, and again, I mean, for people like rolling their eyes about video games, the gaming industry generates more than movies and music combined.
Right, and it certainly helps these players get money too, and it helps the product.
But the development costs of these games have gone through the roof. It's not dozens of developers per game. It's on a game like that, it's hundreds, all with billable man hours. So it is becoming like what used to be, hey, a game was $40 or at max 50. These games are now averaging 70 or 80. But 150, you can keep that.
Now, again, that's a screenshot, so EA hasn't come out to say that that's false or whatever, but of course they're going to love the buzz on social media.
Kenny likes all the kibbles and bits, the bonuses that come with that stuff. Oh, I got an NFT of Deion Sanders' ass. That's Kenny's bit.
The regular edition is $70. I'm good with the regular edition. I don't need that extra stuff.
Kenny wants all the extra little, Pokemon things.
Okay, The Athletic did a survey of numerous coaches, NIL collective officials, and agents. And let me read you a few quotes here regarding the transfer portal. An anonymous GM said, you can follow a kid on Instagram. You know if he's liking your stuff back, that he likes you. An anonymous assistant coach said, Portal recruiting is actually like speed dating. There are some advantages to it. And then anonymous personnel staffer on the transfer portal says, we had another kid ask for $800,000 in the portal. We didn't know if he was serious or not. These are quotes from anonymous GMs handling transfer portals for schools. Yep. This is where we are, guys.
Oh, I know. The fact that they actually have GMs for this at schools says enough.
Okay, my take on this, and Kenny, feel free to weigh in because you root for a superpower. I think we're going to look back on this 5-year period from COVID through this season as a complete joke in college football history. I think we will look back on it and go, wait, they chose to do what? They did nothing? It was just 365 free agency? Fans lighting money on fire? Players leaving after getting paid and then coming back? It's all a folly. That's my viewpoint. Kenneth?
I just can't believe we have grown-ass men going, oh, man, I can't believe you didn't like my Instagram post. Gosh darn it. That's absurd.
I stayed
away
from it.
Is this real life? I mean, what are we doing?
It is. I stayed away from that because it's too easy. But, yeah, if you take COVID through now, the cardboard fan era, the schools in the South are sitting in pods of 6. The schools up north have Doug Karsh in his pajamas, cardboard edition. I did that.
I know.
It was great.
It was great, and I think that you would rather do that than to pay these prices.
Oh, what's this now?
We're going to get to this here. The priciest ticket in college football this year, Georgia at Bama, September 28th. What do you think the cheapest ticket
This would be secondary market, obviously.
Vivid
right?
Seats is given the numbers.
Cheapest market, the cheapest ticket.
Cheapest ticket.
$375.
I'll say $650.
Oh wow. Okay, the cheapest ticket will be $238 right now.
What a steal!
That's
right
not
now. The highest, most expensive ticket.
Oh, we had some
probably $100,000,
$2,600 right now.
$27,000 for some plantation owner.
Okay, just gonna go ahead and take care of that. Wow, I am speechless.
And that is your college football blitz.
All right, home runs. I know the Tigers don't hit any of them, but FanDuel with a great promotion to bet on the teams who do. It's FanDuel's Home Run Tuesdays. It's simple. Right now, you, on America's #1 sportsbook, you bet on a player to hit a home run. FanDuel gives you $5 for every home run hit during the game. So it's kind of, like a roulette table here, and you got chips on a number of players. And if you need another reason to love home runs, they've got it. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Get in on all the action on Tuesday nights. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. 21 and up, present Michigan. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus, $25 a game. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. I know why you did that. Yes, he's back tonight with Miami.
Oh, yeah.
What are you clapping for?
Oh, I think it's funny.
Okay.
He cracks me up.
So listen, I'm going to present something, except it is the words of someone else. And I think this is especially fun because you don't get to yell at me. No. See, I don't get... Cookies is going to be real disappointed when he can't use this show to give all the content for his show again. So this is the words of Dan Dickerson, voice of the Detroit Tigers, voice of Tiger Baseball on 97.1 The Ticket.
Mm-hmm.
And you people don't get mad at Dan Dickerson. It's almost biblical at this point. So these are Dan's words, not mine. Now, what I present beyond them, those are my own.
Okay.
So what Dan Dickerson said in the broadcast yesterday, since his team's not on television, I thought it was especially poignant. For years, we've heard about 40 games and old Sparky and 40 games.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. But Dan Dickerson took it a step further because Dan does a very good job with data. Dan is a very learned baseball man. You know, Dan back in 2004 was a baseball prospectus guy. He's up in the booth talking VORP trends. So here's the deal. He said yesterday, the 40-game mark is actually very accurate. That what you are at the 40-game mark metrically, statistically, is more accurate than not for what you will be the rest of the year. Well, I'm glad you said that, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
So here's what the Tigers are outside of 20-20. Offensively, they are outside the top 20 in runs. They are 23rd in batting average, 25th in OPS. They don't run. They're 23rd in stolen bases. Pitching, they're electric. 7th in ERA, 5th in WHIP.
Mm-hmm.
They've allowed the 7th fewest home runs in the league.
5th fewest walks.
But unfortunately, they're garbage defensively.
Mm-hmm.
25th in errors and 24th in fielding percentage.
You got it.
So here's my question, everybody. Are you signing on for that? Because here's the story of if Dan Dickerson's right and this holds, they are going to be an incredibly frustrating and remarkably average baseball team. Hard to watch. They'll be in most games. Their pitching will show up, and yet they will somehow not manage to win more than they lose. I'm not interested in that. I want to know where you guys are. First, do you buy what Dickerson said? I do. Dan knows the game. And what Dan is saying is actually true. But look, those numbers. Great pitching, awful offense, awful defense. A bunch of bums in the lineup. Like, I'm not here for that. And I don't understand, again, Free Pass City, Cialis City. I think we've got every right to get on Scott Harris for not bringing some bats to town. Or do you think there's a flaw in this? Do you think some of these numbers can improve? Because here's the argument. If you want to get into this with me, we will. Oh, you think the bats will get better? Fine, great. The pitching will get worse. You're already seeing the pen start to slide.
Well, that's it. I
don't want to play that game.
No, because good teams, this to me, what we're seeing the last few weeks happens to below average to bad teams, where when the few times they do hit, next game their pitching will fall apart or their bullpen. Their defense and their bullpen was almost as good as their starting pitching the first, 30 games, 25 to 30 games. Now, the defense looks bad. I mean, Torkelson, besides not being able to hit, is not very good defensively right now. Javi's being Harvey defensively now a little bit. He's still mostly been good defensively. But the bullpen, which has basically been stellar. I mean, I was so excited about Shelby Miller, and now he's faded off a little bit.
How about Lang?
Foley has not gotten his velocity where it was. Lang has these games where he's great, and then he has these games where he looks like he can't even find the plate.
And we have to question whether AJ's using the pen correctly, because in the last 10 days, there's been several incidents of WTF theater. So I want to throw the number out because Stoney's got a different angle on this deal. And I think Stoney's proving my point that, look, I'm not signing up for this. I don't believe it's a good product. I don't believe that this is worth my time. Now, I'll watch it because I have to, and that's fine. But I don't want to watch a team that can't hit and can't field. Oh, but their pitching's good. Great. So every game is Friday night, and you got to sneak out 2-1, and then you don't. I'm not interested. I want to know where you guys are at. Do you believe what Dan Dickerson said on the broadcast yesterday is true? They're 20-20 at the 40-game mark. Here's the data. This is what they're going to be. Or do you think there's a different story to tell? 248-539-9797. Now, you have something different.
Yeah, because I don't work every day anymore, I'm not compelled by work to actually watch every Tiger game.
But how much are you watching?
How much am I watching since the Bally's Comcast? Now, if Bally's Comcast thing did not occur, I would watch it, flip it back and forth between the hockey and the basketball games. I would. I'd watch it a little bit. But if it was a day game and I was home doing nothing, I'd watch.
But you're not watching at all.
I have watched maybe, and only because it was on in the restaurant where we were at Saturday night.
Oh, my.
Maybe one inning since this has happened because I'm not spending $25 for an app that doesn't work. I'm not switching.
What about the British Basketball League?
I'm not switching from where I am right now with Xfinity Comcast to something else. I'm not going to switch right now. Especially because the product is not great. If this team was a winning team, that's something else. Either that or I would find somewhere, go to a bar every night and watch the games. I ain't doing it. When hockey season starts and this thing is not resolved, that could be a different story. But right now, it's just not entertaining. I'll watch the playoff games and the other sports. I will follow along with my phone or sometimes with the Odyssey app and listen to Double D and Bobby Scales and Andy Dirks. By the way, Andy Dirks, I wish could do it every game. No offense to Bobby Scales. I think Andy Dirks is really good. I'm not going to do it. It's not worth the investment, both financially, even if it's, $25 a month. It's not a lot of money, but it's just not worth it.
No, it's not the money. You don't want to watch them.
No, they're boring. They're dull.
Maybe the question is this then, David. Look, I'll stick with my Dan Dickerson topic here. But maybe the other thing to get people involved is, are you Stoney? Not in the essence that you linger at the office and say offensive things.
Right.
In that you're done. That until this team is back on TV, you're not going to watch.
Yeah.
I wonder how many people are Stoney. I do. And I'm not mad at it in the least. If you don't do this for work, why would you run this team down?
Right.
To watch largely very boring baseball.
Correct. Look, I understand pitching is the most important thing, but let's be honest. If they were 20-20 and their metrics that you presented were flipped, where the pitching sucked and the hitting was really good, it'd be more appealing to watch, which is kind of weird. But
no, it's just hard when you, like, run differential wise, you're like 40 runs worse than the Royals.
I know.
It's not fun.
Well, their Royals' number one draft choice actually does something.
Well, Bobby Witt?
Yeah.
He's a superstar.
I know.
Yeah, but in fairness, Riley Green is a star. Now, I don't think he's as good as Bobby Witt, but he's very good.
I wouldn't call him a superstar, but he's a good player.
He's a star. How about this? He's an all-star.
Okay.
He's not a superstar.
Yeah. Well,
Fair?
you have to have one.
Okay. And please, when you're down 8-9-0 and the other guy's offering you a room service fastball, please don't call in asking me to jump out of a cake because Torque finally hit a home run.
Okay. Let me present one thing for you in Torque positivity.
Oh, let's hear it.
And this is by Evan Woodbury, who covers the Tigers for M Live. I'll give him credit. This time last year, through 40 games, Torque, 162 plate appearances, 10 doubles, 3 home runs. His splits were 238, 290, 367. This year, 2 more plate appearances, 13 doubles, 1 home run, 224, 294, 333. They're exactly pretty much on pace of where he was last year. Last year, he finished with 30 home runs. So if we're going to use the 40-game mark as a barometer, that means Torque's going to hit 29 more home runs.
I
hope so.
Listen,
I don't buy it from watching him swing, but
the one thing you don't get to bring to my doorstep is I'm not the one trying to send him down.
No, I know.
I've told you.
I know.
You got to play him, and
agree.
he's either playing his way into stardom or out of baseball. There's nowhere for him to go. Going to AAA and killing AAA pitching, He was a college-age bat who came in. He's just got to work through it.
Yeah.
But the other guy, did you see the Cold Keith quote?
No.
Kind of complaining about the ballpark a little bit. Like, oh, that ball would have been out of the stadium in Toledo. Well, you're not in Toledo.
Colt Keith complaining about the ballpark?
I took
Colt
it as,
Keith is complaining about the ballpark in his first year?
I took it as a complaint. Maybe it's not a complaint, but he was basically like, bro, that ball would have been over the moon in Erie. Well, you're not in Erie.
Great. Just find some grass that the ball can drop in.
Right. Hit 40 doubles. We'll worry about 40 homers later.
Would he like to play in the dimensions at Toledo? Would he like to?
I'm offering it to you that if you wanted to send Keith down, I could make the case to do it.
Yes.
Parker Meadows I've talked about. I have not done the torque thing. There's no more room at the inn for torque.
No.
You play your way in or you play your way out of this sport.
That's
it.
He is on a 7-game hitting streak.
Great. Only 42 more to go for DiMaggio. 248
49. But
whatever.
That's okay.
248
And it was before I was born, smartasses. I remember when Joe had 55.
Stoney had season tickets at Briggs Stadium. 248-539-97.
Before Connie Mack, it was Shibe Park.
So, you can talk about this idea that at the 40-game mark, do you believe this is who this team is? And are you is Stoney all of you? You're not going to chase this team down. That they were taken off your television and you're just, whatever, I'll go on with my summer. 248-539-9797, 97.1. All right, being number one, not easy. It takes years of experience, dedication, determination. The number one mattress purchased by millions every year, Serta. And they've got the experience of over 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses right here in Michigan. Right now, the Memorial Day sale, save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. That's Dan Dickerson. And that's my version of the topic. All right, if they are what they are, and I've given you the data, well, great. Then we're going nowhere. And it's going to be incredibly frustrating to watch. And Skubal will be a Cy Young candidate. Or the Stoney angle. The guy straight up is just saying, I'm not chasing him down. The guy's watched one inning since they disappeared from television. It was at a restaurant.
I'm going to dinner tonight, and I have no idea if the place is going to have it or not.
And you don't care.
And I don't care.
Okay.
I have a phone. I have an.
Does Stoney represent you? Because I will say on a side note, it is radio silent with Comcast and Bally. Radio silent.
Yeah.
I think it's embarrassing.
It's awful. But it's going along. We're not the only market that's experiencing
15
this.
different markets. David, what do you got on ticket text? We'll get to the callers.
Frustrating thing about the defense is that it seems like most of the errors come at third. Could have signed Chapman, killed 2 birds with 1 stone.
No, you're not allowed to say that. Hey, where's old Pickled Liver? See, every time Pickle Liver walks in, a.k.a. Wojo, Chapman's not really hitting the ball. Gold Glove third baseman. Sober up.
The bat thing, yes, Chapman's not.
Kenny?
Chapman.
What?
Chapman, you're right. He's playing, he's a great fielder, but he hasn't really done much at the bat.
No, and guess what?
And actually, the one guy I know everybody made fun of was Khan, who's actually been pretty good.
The guy that they really could have used, and again, it would have cost you a lot of money, but Cody Bellinger can play first and outfield. Cody Bellinger's got like an 850 OPS.
Right.
6-7 home runs. He missed 2 weeks with a broken rib. You wouldn't be dealing with the Torque thing right now. Torque could be sitting next to AJ eating a Lunchable. So my point is, when you opt for no one, this is what you get. Go ahead, David. Hey, Kenny, you're still laughing.
1 second.
What's
By
the problem?
way, you mentioned Torque. I have the big question. Because I didn't see the game. I don't know.
Okay.
He didn't do the home run thing after he scored the home run, did he?
I was in the car driving. I was driving back from the airport.
Please tell me.
I was too busy popping champagne bottles because he hit it, so I don't know. I wasn't watching
Fedorov
anymore.
Scoring a goal in the remaining moments of
down
game 4 in 95 against the Devils. No.
That would have been
Please just somebody tell me, reassure me
I was
that they
driving
did not
back
do
from
it.
Metro. I cannot confirm or deny. David, go ahead.
They've lost 6 of their last 7 series now. If the Tigers don't sweep the lowly Marlins, I am kind of out.
Okay, then.
All right.
Let's go to Richard, 97.1. Richard, how you doing?
I was good. How about you guys?
Good.
So here, not to quote a former NFL coach, but they are who we thought they were before the season started, before the hope that kicked in maybe after that first 20 games. You knew they didn't have a real third baseman. We knew we didn't have a real shortstop. We didn't know if we had a real second baseman. We hoped we did, and hopefully we will. We really only had 1 or 2 outfielders, and neither of our catchers can hit. So you kind of thought they're probably going to win about 78 to 80 games, and they still look like they're going to win about 78 to 80 games. So I'm not really disappointed. I'm disappointed that they didn't try harder to make a better team.
Yeah.
But if you analyze the team, this is what was going to be. Like we knew it was coming, or at least we should have known it was coming.
You know the other thing that really scares me, and this is the one thing that and I think Double D is right with what he's saying. The thing that scares me is they basically have no injuries. If you go around baseball and look at it, like when you played the Rangers, they were missing 3 of their everyday regulars in the field. When you go play some of these other teams, I mean, look at the Guardians. The Guardians are down 3 everyday starters in the rotation. They're down Stephen Kwan, who's an all-star and a pain in the ass to top of that order. The point I'm making is the Tigers' rotation has largely been left alone. Oh, Maeda's hurt.
Good.
Is he?
Good.
And then look at the lineup.
Yeah.
What would happen if you lost Riley Green? What happens if Mark Canha pulls a hammy? Like you
saw what happened. He got sick for 2 games, actually.
Right, but you've been healthy.
Yes.
What happens when injuries hit?
But to the caller's point about, yes, they are what we kind of thought we were. We thought they were going to be. I get all that. And as far as, improving the offense during the offseason, whether you want to believe it or not, I think they're hoping that Jace Young's going to be here by the All-Star break.
Can I help you with hope?
Yeah, I know.
It's not a strategy.
Okay,
hope is not a strategy.
No, I'm just saying what I think that they're thinking.
Oh, and you think this team, they're going to start his clock? They're just going to, that what we're going to do?
Well, they started Colt Keiths. I mean, so why not start
Yeah,
this
and
guy?
it's been real rewarding.
Okay, well, so that obviously, so the money angle doesn't.
So we're gonna bring him up here.
But yes, I think that's what that was their hope, that he's their third baseman of the future. I'm not going to get Chapman. Now, JD Martinez gets hurt a lot, whatever. I'm trying to figure this out as we go along, what they were thinking. The bottom line, as much as, yes, I would have liked to see them get these guys too, at least one of them.
You know what they were thinking?
Particularly JD Martinez. They never thought that we would see Torque be what he's been the first 40 games. Kerry Carpenter, except for a few games, has been somewhat disappointing. Jake Rogers, who hit 25 home runs last year, right, or something like that, he has not done any. They thought that what they had at least was either going to get better or was sustainable. That's their biggest fault.
Okay, you want to know what they were thinking? I'll give you my opinion of what they were thinking.
Okay.
They weren't trying to win this year. They were thinking that 25 will be the year that we do something, or 26.
They didn't care that their division blew.
That's it.
Yeah.
And I don't accept it. I don't have to accept that. This division is winnable, and they could still win it. But right now, as we are at the quarter pole, no, absolutely not. The lineup is embarrassing.
No, it is. It's awful.
And the idea that there's 6 or 7 teams that are worse offensively than them, I would have to see that to believe it.
Well, you'll probably see one of them on tonight if you're going to watch.
The Marlins are so bad. Now, hey, there's a team. You want to talk pitching injuries?
Yeah.
Their whole rotation got wiped out. Sandy Alcantara, dead. Yuri Perez, dead. 17 guys are hurt. Then they traded Luis Ariz.
Right. Okay, that would have been a nice move by the Tigers.
But again, I don't think they are concerned with winning this year. And if you want to sell me, we're not going to sign a Gold Glove third baseman who will opt out after 1 year because we've got guy we're teaching third base. Mike, you're not serious about baseball. Not you, I'm saying that.
I know.
You're not being serious. God, it's so depressing. All right, let's go to Larry, 97.1. Hi, Larry.
Hey, help me out, doctor. My son lives in Denver, Colorado, and brought up a Tiger fan. He's 38. Called me the other day, Dad, I got tickets for the Tigers the 1st of June. You get out to Fenway Park, and it's on me. And I said, Corey, these Tigers are lousy. And he says, well, I can't watch them. I watch them because I paid for Bailey. And they are, when it gets to be a 2-1 game in the Yankees, or last night watching 9 runs scored, they're just crappy. I don't want to go to Boston to watch them probably lose, but it's going to cost me $600. I get a free ticket, but I got to stay at a hotel, fly to Boston, and I think I'll take in a couple days of the Boston surroundings. So I'm conflicted. Do I go? Do I tell them that I'm sick?
No, hold on. Wait a minute. Now, Larry, do you like your son?
I love him.
Then get on the damn plane. Time is the one thing we don't get to negotiate in this life. So take it from somebody.
You know what?
I lived away from home for 20 years where I had no family around. Larry, get on the plane.
Try 36 years before, I got married. But
get on the plane, Larry. Go enjoy the sights and sounds.
I will, but you know what? I feel the same way about the Tigers that you do.
I know. You know what? The baseball game is nothing but a backdrop. You spend the time with your son. Go to Mike's Pastries. Go get yourself a lobster tail. You'll be all right, Larry.
Yeah,
It'll be okay.
Fenway's a great place. Even if
go to Boston.
Yeah.
Make the game nothing but two hours that you're going to watch.
I thought you said your son's from Denver. Don't they play everybody plays everybody? Talk about go play the Tigers out there.
Yeah, but hold on. Tigers, Rockies?
I know. I was waiting.
I'd rather take Ezekiel. 248-539-9790. That's a lot of bad baseball in one field. If you have an attached garage, in most cases, more people walk through there than your front door. How's that floor looking? Is the concrete stained and cracked? Do you have a bad epoxy job or chip and paint? Did you, God forbid, do the do-it-yourself routine? Call Comer & Cross today for a free and easy quote in one day. They move your stuff out. They strip, fill, and fix the concrete better than new. Then they apply your new, gleaming Comer & Cross garage floor finish. It'll be protected for years. It's the gold standard, and you're going to love it. Guaranteed to not chip, crack, or yellow. Guaranteed to have no tire lift or epoxy fumes. They also do patios and basements. It's quick. It's easy. Call 248-266-4443. That's 4443, or you simply go to comerandcrossgarage.com. All right, we'll get to some ticket texts. I want to knock out the last couple of calls.
Hey, by the way, Mike,
Yes.
you mentioned the Rockies and the Tigers. It's like, I don't know, the analogy you made. But the good thing is for you is that when the Rockies come to Comerica Park, the last game of the series, Thursday, September 12th, right in the heart of football season, you can have a shortened show. It's a 1 o'clock game on a Thursday afternoon. Both teams will be
Great.
combined 40 games out of first place.
Oh, Tigers and Rockies, and then whatever MSU football looks like. What a 72 hours to be alive. Big yikes. Giants will already be 0-1. The vibes will be immaculate.
Michigan State will be done by then. I mean,
You're right. They'll be 0-2. Thanks, Stoney.
They'll be done.
No, they're
Stoney killed my team 2 weeks in.
I thought he was talking about they'll be setting up for their first game. No, they'll be 1-0.
You'll be miserable the rest of the football season, Mike. They'll be done.
No, I didn't mean it like that at all.
That's like Stoney previewing the 3 o'clock topic. All right, let's go to Jesse, and then we're going to move to some other stuff. Jesse, go ahead.
Hi. The one thing that really pisses me off about this Tigers team is the fact that they had hitting issues, and for the draft, instead of going with Wyatt Langford, they took Max Clark.
Yeah.
Now I know Wyatt Langford is having a rough year.
Yep.
To start.
Well, he's hurt right now.
Right, but he has better numbers than most of the players on the team.
That I agree with. Listen, here's the deal. And I got into this argument. This is another, Jess, I could never understand how Wyatt Langford fell in their lap. This guy is 225 pounds. He's a power hitter, played SEC baseball at Florida, major league ready bat, and it was good enough for the Rangers to put him in their order, but not good enough for you. And now we'll sit and wait for Max Clark for 2 more years. I never understood it.
It was obviously a move for the future because, as of now, as he pointed out, Langford's off to not a great start, but it's
like
so early in his
OPS.
career.
He's not. It's
early in his career.
And he's hurt.
And now he's hurt.
He had like 100 at bats. I'd rather have him than some of the nonsense they put in their order. That's all I can tell you. I'd rather have a guy who's here now.
Okay, that's fair. It's two schools
I got
of
news
thought.
for you.
You have a team that's defending World Series champions who's thinking of here and now, and a team that, with all due respect, is basically crap, and they're looking down the road. That's the reason you make the trade.
But the difference is, Mike, baseball, you get a guy for basically a decade. You know how hard it is for a guy to hit free agency? 17 rounds of arbitration and all this stuff. Come on. You got a guy for damn near a decade.
I know.
By the time guys hit baseball free agency, they're your age. Torque's going to look like you by the time he's a free agent.
Remember when?
David, ticket text, please.
The Tigers are 20-20 and have scored 1 or 0 runs in 25% of their games. What an absolute joke. I'm with Dan. This team's ceiling is about 500 by the end of the season, and I'm not interested in watching that night in and night out. Assuming the offense doesn't get going, this town will check out once Lions training camp starts.
I will tell
maybe
you
before.
It feels like, I can't prove it, and we appreciate you listening to the Tigers on this station.
Yes.
We have a business to run, but it does feel like the town's already checked out. This was part of what I was saying last week, and it ruffled little Jimmy's feathers in the morning. But the reality is, if your team is near 500 and they're playing bad, you should still have a passion quotient here. If this team is bad to watch or you didn't spend, you should be upset with the owner. But the idea of just going, to hell with it, kind of proves my point.
Well, basically, that's what I've been doing. Yeah. It's like, if it's on, it's on. If it's not, it's not. There's no compelling reason to watch unless I will say this. When Scooble pitches, it's kind of, maybe I should find a place to watch the game because he's just unfreaking believable right now.
I at least that's one I'll get right start of the year.
Yeah.
Was I thought he'd be a top 3 candidate for the Cy Young in the AL. Scooble's awesome. Their rotation's really good.
You know who else is awesome?
What?
Reese Olson right now.
Yep.
I mean, look at his whip and his ERA. It's ridiculous.
But part of the issue for me is no pitching staff is staying healthy except yours, basically.
I get it.
And Maeda, how big a loss is that really? Go around the league and look at pitching staffs. And look at the players who aren't there. League-wide. It's wild. No one in baseball has ever seen it like this. So either the Tigers are going to be the great outlier and their staff's going to be the only one who stays healthy, or,
Well, the quarterback in this town was like the only one who stayed healthy for a season. Jared Goff, he never got hurt. Most other teams' quarterbacks got hurt.
Yeah, but
for a
I'm
little
saying
bit.
there's no rash in football. Right now, arms, it's like they're handing out Tommy John like dinner napkins.
I know. Nobody can figure out why.
I can. The amount of pitches thrown 96 or faster in baseball now is double what it was.
I understand that.
15 years ago.
But actually, the real reason I think is kids are at 9 years old are throwing curveballs.
Sure, it's part of it. Hell, you got kids getting elective Tommy John surgery in high school. It's mania.
I know. Elective.
I know. Don't look at me.
How would you let your kid have elective surgery at that age? Is ridiculous.
Well, we're going to talk about what David let his kids do this weekend. It included ruining his weekend and having David come in as a shell of a man today and impacting his job. We'll discuss it for David. Go ahead with ticket text.
Like, I was interested, but no Bally means nothing for me. My time means everything. I'm not waiting or watching AA and AAA ball improve this team, or I'm done.
Isn't it kind of like case in point today? I mean, even if the team was on TV and you don't do this for a job, you got 2 kids and a mortgage, you go stare at the sky tonight. Go kick the ball with your kid. Why the hell would you be sitting inside watching this? Sit outside and turn it on the radio.
Yes, that's what baseball was meant to be.
It's the only radio sport. It really is.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
David, one more, and then
it's
we'll,
also the most difficult to do play-by-play.
Agree.
People
totally.
don't understand that.
Agree totally.
I have Bally's still with Spectrum, and I still won't watch the Tigers. I may listen on the ticket while working on something, but I can't watch this team. That's Chuckles in Flint.
Chuckles, what is he, in the garage in his woodworking shop?
Yes.
Is Chuckles making a little coffee table here?
Chuckles the Clown from the Mary Tyler Moore Show, maybe.
I don't know that reference.
Okay.
You
know, it's Mary Tyler Moore Shows before your time.
I will have to Google. Yeah, Mike, I don't know if you're aware of this. Was not born in the 40s.
I know.
All right.
It was I.
248-539-9797. All right. Michigan weather can just wreak havoc on your roof. We go from ice and snow to freezing, then thawing, then freezing, then thawing, and then thunderstorms. Look, the best advice I can give you, call Victor's Home Solutions today. Schedule an appointment for a spring roof inspection. I say today because their schedule fills up quick. Schedule that appointment before the rush. Get the peace of mind to knowing your roof's ready to handle everything Michigan summer has in store for it. If you have any problems, the Michigan weather's going to show you. And when you call Victor's Home Solutions, you're taking all the guesswork out. You're getting the best roofing contractor in the state, more 5-star reviews than anyone else, and they are so confident in their work, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Call today, 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or you book an appointment online anytime at victors.com. Oh, don't worry, Piston fans. We didn't forget about you. Lottery took place. You got absolutely boned. But let's have just a rapid fire on this deal. We'll do a little lottery blitz here, encapsulate everything. Because this draft is really something special in a bad way. David, go ahead. And if you haven't seen this video, you're not living life. John Tesh, live. You never saw this video?
Is it recent?
No, but you're going to watch it during the break.
Okay.
John Tesh playing this live for people in one of the weirdest tuxedos ever.
I've seen it. Yeah, I thought it was something new. Yes.
Here, it's me leaving me a message.
That was funny as hell.
It's the most unbelievable video in history. David, go ahead.
So we're going to jump all over the place. I will start at number 1, and then we'll just jump all around at this point. The Hawks get the first pick. First time they've gotten the first pick since 1975. Well, good luck. Here's your choices. Frenchman Alex Sarr or Frenchman Zachary Richard.
No, here's your choice. Trade the pick.
There you go.
You trade the pick for a player. You're all in with DeJounte Murray and Trae Young, even if you deal one of them.
Right.
You can't add a 19-year-old Frenchman to the deal and think you're going anywhere. You need to take that number 1 pick. Maybe you put it with Trae Young, and you get the best player you can, and you move forward. There is no value to taking either of those cats.
Especially with that team, because they're on the precipice of at least being somewhat interesting.
Correct. Now,
by the way,
if there's a guy you think can get in this rotation, give you 20 minutes a night next year, it's a different conversation. I don't know who that is.
By the way, do you know who the Hawks picked with the last time they had the number 1 pick in the draft?
In 1975?
And he never played for them, if I'm not mistaken.
No. Who?
David Thompson.
He played for the Nuggets.
Right, but he went with them in the ABA.
Oh, okay. Well, your conversation.
Up next, Stoney's top 10 memories of Bob Pettit.
In St. Louis Hawks.
Okay.
Richard Gary. Zelmo Beatty.
Stop him now.
Your answer to that question leads me into the next 2 teams, because I believe there should be a lot of trades for veterans for these picks. Start with the Houston Rockets, who just missed the playoffs.
Yeah.
They have the number 3 overall pick. I'm not sure that Reed Shepherd does it for them. And then let's talk about the Spurs. When you have Wemby,
all right,
they got 2 top lottery picks.
Spurs, I would get rid of both picks and get players around Wemby now while he's on a rookie contract. But the Houston thing.
Cade Cunningham.
Yes, that's why I've said it. But here's the other thing. The Houston thing, David, I will tell you it would be smart for them to make a pick. While you have Van Vliet, whether it's Topic, whether it's Reed Shepherd, any of these guards, the ability for them to back up Van Vliet now and learn, there could be value there. They went 41 and 41.
But they're not really that team, is what you're saying?
Not yet.
Gotcha.
So maybe you use this like, hey, we stumbled into this. It's different than Atlanta because Atlanta's trading one of their guys. But the Spurs, I would never use the picks. I have the next LeBron. I have the next Shaq. I have to get players around him now before I have to give him a $300 million extension in 4 years. That's just my viewpoint.
Yeah, and they got number.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, they're a team that needs. The Spurs need pieces, obviously, for their future. The Rockets.
Wemby's going to win the MVP next year. You best get people around him.
Yeah.
What do the Wizards have?
The Wizards.
Number 2 overall pick. They're just like the Pistons. There seems to be no hope.
Their abyss has been lasted a hell of a lot longer than the Pistons. I mean, even when they were better than like the Pistons, the John Wall era, you knew they weren't good enough to do anything. I mean, they have not been really relevant since the late 80s, really, if you think about it. I mean, they had the one series against LeBron where Lance Stevenson,
it was Gilbert Arenas, Lance Stevenson, Anton Jamison.
Yeah. I mean,
Eton Thomas.
And you knew they couldn't win.
Yeah, no. David, look, they're the most similar team to the Pistons, but there's no plan. They're in the asset collection business. They'll take whatever they deem to be the best player, and it won't matter. I mean, they are truly going nowhere.
So let's jump into this. I have 2 players that I have questions about. What do you do with them in this draft?
Okay.
First one, Donovan Clingan. It's in the draft. A lot of people compare him to Rudy Gobert, 7'2".
Yep.
But in today's NBA, and he's talked about, I can shoot the three. In today's NBA, is he just dead on arrival?
No.
Or can he be the defensive
Yes,
player?
he can. He's a really good rim protector.
He's very active around the rim. And, David, I'm with Stoney on this. Look, I think Klingen's a guy some teams are going to have number one on their board. Other teams will have him outside the top 10. I think it's a very hit-or-miss dynamic. But I'm with you, Mike. That guy in the right place with shooters.
Yes.
He's very active, very athletic for his size. Again, if the Pistons are picking at 5.
And he's there?
And Klingen's there. You're probably taking him
and I wouldn't
trading Duren.
Yes, and I wouldn't probably have that much of a problem depending on what you get for Duren.
Now, the next guy on the list.
Will you listen to this guy on the fiddle? My goodness.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Carry on. All right, no, we
He's unbelievable.
The next guy on the list has a famous daddy. He was cleared by the medical team at the NBA Combine. His name is Bronny James.
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to be a lottery selection?
Only if you get the guarantee LeBron's going to join him.
Correct.
Is getting LeBron James for one season of MVP caliber basketball and having the number one selling jersey in the league and selling out every game and being able to renegotiate your TV deal, is that worth wasting a pick on this lousy player? Yes, it is. But you need a guarantee LeBron would join him.
Are we guaranteed he's going to be lousy in 2 years, though?
Yeah, but I'm so tired.
Bronny.
I'm so tired of that.
I know.
Bronny, 4.3 points a game last year.
I know.
4.3. Yeah, come on.
I hope so.
So then let's end it with this. You won't be held to it. No one knows what the future holds, okay?
Sure.
But right now, we know how weak this draft is. Can you give me a player that you can see that will be really, really good in the next 5 years?
Oh, God, David.
Oh, wow.
You got Cody Williams, Reed Shepard, Topic you mentioned.
I'm going to go.
Dillingham, Klingen, Terrence Shannon, who has a trial coming up.
Stephen Castle. Connecticut. He's really athletic. He's young. I love the way he plays. He's not afraid. Here's my guy.
I mean, all right, we already talked about Klingen.
Yes.
So I'll stay away from it. But
we haven't talked about Dalton Knecht.
Yes.
No, you know who I would say? He reminds me a lot of Tyrese Maxey, Rob Dillingham. Dillingham is very twitchy. He's very hard to guard. Great offensive player.
Was well coached at Kentucky.
I'm just saying.
I know the similarity.
If you put a guy like Dillingham in a place like San Antonio, how do you guard that two-man game? How do you switch it? How do you play it? Dillingham has got real ability. I would say Dillingham and Klingen for me. So neither will end up a Piston. It's going to be hot.
We'll watch him somewhere else like Anthony Edwards destroying in the playoffs. And that is your NBA Fast Break.
If you're wondering why that was played for the first time in like 7 years, Ron Allen's back with the Marlins tonight.
Yes, indeed.
By the way, when did season tickets turn into memberships?
I know that's.
What are we doing here?
I remember the Pistons did it. Now the Lions are doing. I'm sure that
memberships. What am I becoming a member of? I'm buying a ticket, but it's not a club.
It's a club because you're going to get perks.
No, but if you're a member at a country club, you get things. What do I get besides a seat?
You get overpriced food bills. Okay,
how's that different? How's that different than being a fan?
First world problems. Okay,
but the point I'm making is, I don't know. It irks me. Let's move on. I want to bring this up because I think everybody, most of our audience, will be able to do this. So we came in today. Well, first of all, David called me and sounded like crap before the show. And I go, what the hell's wrong with you? I go, you all right? Like, it's 75 and sunny. Where's the energy here? Oh, man. Oh, travel baseball all weekend. So he's got his kids in travel ball. This is David's first foray into real youth sports, right? And David's like, I'm just so tired. So I was like, all right. I go, David, this is a problem now. This is just the beginning. Kid number 2 and eventually kid number 3 are all going to be doing this. And I said to him, so David, let me ask you a question. Can both of the following be true, that you love your son, you love your children, but can you love them and resent them all at the same time? Because the youth sports thing and the travel ball thing, this is what it does to people. And now, essentially, David's kids are making my day harder because David is a bump on a log today.
All right.
No energy, no preparation, falling asleep mid-show, all because, my 8-year-old's not gonna play for the Yankees, and you were in Lancaster, PA all weekend.
Okay, so how old are we talking about here?
13.
13. And how far did you have to travel?
Just Ohio for this one.
Okay.
Yeah, it was fun.
Okay. All right. Well, so it was fun, then it was worth it for you.
Yeah. Oh, it's fun at our expense.
Okay, but here's the whole thing.
I got Bernie Lomax as a producer today.
I know. It's though back in my day, travel baseball to me, or travel any sport to me, used to be for those who were really, really good. Now
you don't know how good my son is.
Okay. That's true. There used to be nothing wrong with playing house league sports. And then when you were old enough, for 15 years old or whatever, then, okay, for the elite, you travel, you spend money, you go this, you go here. Now, everybody plays travel. There's no distinction between, great, really good players and just kids just want to play baseball or whatever sport, just to have fun. Little League, you just want to have fun. Yeah, you want to win. But you don't sit there and the parents sit there and they think at age 12 the kid's going to, if it's a hockey, hockey parents, his kid's going to be Connor McDavid, baseball kid's going to be, pick your player.
It was outstanding. You don't understand. My son was Clayton Kershaw on Sunday, okay?
Okay.
Threw 88 pitches, 8 strikeouts, just 2 walks. Won the game.
I called Dr. Frank Job. He's going to have
on Sunday.
He's going to have Tommy John in 2 years.
Your son was Kershaw on Saturday, and you're Greg in the morning today, okay?
Oh, no!
Oh, the Steelers are just so hot. Listen. I want to talk to the parents briefly. If you are a parent who does the travel sports thing, how do you stay gainfully employed? Because if this is how it's going to be with David's kid in travel ball, we're going to have a real problem here at Producer. If you brought this energy to your uncle's church, you'd get a talking to.
What are you talking about? I am here.
Now, what happens,
energized.
David? What happens when your 11-year-old gets older, or 13, however old he is?
13.
Okay, 13, and you have another son who's going to play travel ball at a different location.
Who's 11?
And then there's another one, right? You have 3.
3.
Right?
So eventually, yeah.
Well, okay. So how are you going to discern which games you're going to go to?
I got a buddy. He's got 4 kids, and they're all athletically inclined. Okay. He's already getting approaches on an 8-year-old to play travel.
It's ridiculous. It should be against the law.
Well, okay. Trigger warning. No, I want to talk to the parents who do that. Look, One of the parents who does the super travel stuff is TJ, who joins us in here.
I know.
TJ has, I don't know if I can say this on the air. I'll just say TJ was less busy playing in the NFL than he is now retired. So here's my question. Like, TJ's an unemployed bum. It's different. But for David, who has a real job, and for you in listener land who have jobs and lives, I mean, just open up. Be honest. Your kids aren't listening. Do you resent your kids at a certain point when they're playing travel ball like this? You're taking my time. You're taking my money. You're taking my life force.
Right.
Then you show up at work like David today, and I got nothing out of him. He's basically Will Vest.
Yeah, family vacation.
Former NFL players telling you, man, this travel is really something I can't handle.
Yes. TJ is contemplating unretiring. He would rather incur brain damage than continue a travel ball schedule.
Yes, let's go for a family vacation to DeKalb, Illinois for a week. That's my vacation.
Dude, the kids are in Pittsburgh, Buffalo,
I know.
Ocala. So I again, David, is there a part of you that resents your son for what he has done to you now?
Not at all.
Come on.
Nope, not at all. It's going to all pay up.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it will.
Pay up with what?
It has to.
Is he going to show up to work because you're incapable?
It has to.
David's serious? He thinks his kid is Clayton Kershaw.
I think.
Is he a lefty?
No, he's not.
All right, so he's not Clayton
No
Kershaw.
future.
Justin Verlander.
248-539-9797. Do you end up presenting your kids with travel ball? But two, how the hell do you stay gainfully employed?
And what if he turns into Dwight Gooden and gets addicted to drugs during his career?
Oh my
Come on,
God.
Stoney. What are we doing?
Don't turn into.
Wait, we just talked about David's kid not having good off-speed offerings. Stoney goes right to cocaine.
Dwight Gooden.
2485. David, you handle that one. All I was trying to say is, man to man, don't tell me you're not like, man, you work all week for your weekend. That is how you recharge. It's already so hard for parents to recharge. Now your weekend is, we're in Fremont, Ohio. That's not a weekend.
Although I will say this, for people who have done the travel thing, and I haven't, because my daughter did horses, and I have another daughter who did something else, but it wasn't travel. So I stayed with the one who didn't ride the horses.
Here, David, your chance to accuse them of crack.
Yes.
I mean, Jesus, Mike.
But no,
what if your kid turns into Dwight Gooden?
My point is, there are people who enjoy the travel baseball so much because they become friends with the other parents of the teams, and that is their vacation. That's their summer. Every weekend, they go somewhere with their kids, and while their kids, after the games, are frolicking in the pool of the Holiday Inn Express, they're drinking, Bud Lights for 3 hours. That's what they do.
I want the travel sports elite to dial in. David had his baptism by fire. The man is utterly shot. He's exhausted. He has provided no help to me or this radio station today. And this is going to be a distinct problem moving forward. How the hell do you survive it? And two, if you're willing, in front of a pastor, you can't lie. You end up presenting your kids a little bit. No, come on now. Like Stoney said, wait, I worked a 60-hour work week, and my weekend is now I'm in DeKalb, Illinois, watching this garbage. I'm sorry. That's a recipe for real issues. 248-539-9797. David, we're getting a ton of phone calls, but do we have early ticket text responses?
Yes. Stoney, my son is 5, turning 6 in this May, and there's a select team for soccer with 2 days of tryouts.
I quit.
6 years old. I said no.
My buddy looked at the guy because he was trying to get his son, who's a pitcher, and my buddy was just like, "He's 8," and said nothing else.
Right? Let him play other sports.
That's where you start, though, man. You got to get him in. I really hate travel softball. I think it's a money grab for these organizations because if your kids are good, you're going to pay more money.
Oh, yes. At what point is the travel stressful for the kid? They are kids.
I know. I agree with you.
How about a kid gets to have fun before we worry about bloodlust and tryouts and then a 9-hour drive to Springfield to play in some travel palooza?
In fairness, a lot of times it is fun for the kids to do this, so I'm not going to take that away from them. But my whole point on travel sports is at least we've seen the disappearance of house leagues where kids just, they just want to go play baseball.
A house league?
A regular rec league.
A regular rec league,
Yeah.
whatever. Like when I played, it was our town had a little league. And then if you were really good enough, you went to the All-Stars. And
Understood.
When you ended up in Williamsport or something like that.
I really want to understand how parents survive it. Because, David, you better listen to what these people tell you, because this is going to cause a problem here at work. You are Roberto-esque today.
I assume
it's
we're
a
going to
tough
be doing
effort quotient.
Mike, you'll be doing live reads for the David Hall Children's GoFundMe account.
Honestly. Either that or like David's just not showing up one day. He'll oversleep and it's over.
Someone says better chances hitting the lotto than your kid ever making it.
It's true.
Yes. Now, if
98% of kids are going to go pro in something other than sports.
If you're paying the money for your kids to have a good time and all that, okay, fine. But if you're paying all this money because you think your kid's going to get a D1 scholarship, this is going to save you money, it ain't happening for the most people.
David, you will go bankrupt.
No, I'll be okay.
Oh, wait.
I'll be okay.
Okay, if your son's actually good, you understand the travel
stealing
thing.
from the church plate.
Yeah, I knew it.
Well,
the general fund. I knew it.
No, the oldest son is about to hit high school, so he won't have to do travel anymore. He'll be doing just training in high school.
So he stinks.
Oh, no.
If he's any good, you don't play for your high school. That's how it works.
They still play for the high school in baseball. But
No, you play for...
But after high school in the summer, they're going.
Yeah, in the summer, you
know
could
what
do that.
perfect
Yes.
games
Now,
are?
how do you plan on
Yes.
producing this radio show when your weekends are going to be in an Iowa cornfield at a baseball complex?
East Cobb, Georgia.
Well, you have
Just
to remember
that.
I said he's about to hit high school. He can go on his own. I don't have to go with him. Not to everything. He can go with his friends. He can go with his teammates.
Whatever could go wrong with that?
Who's driving to East Cobb, Georgia for the Perfect Game Showcase? Daddy is. Or flying him there.
Have an uncle down there. They'll be fine.
Good. Okay.
Have an uncle down there. He'll be fine.
Okay.
248-539-9797. Just level with me, okay? Do you end up resenting your child? But really, how do travel parents survive this to be gainfully employed? Because if David's first weekend of travel ball gives me this product on a Monday, this isn't going to work. He put his shirt on backwards, Stoney.
Well, I've done that before, too.
But that's different. That's senility. 248-539-9797. When it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in resolution of all kinds of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. Whether it's personal income tax or business payroll tax, Abraham and Rose will craft a plan. They will fight for you and guide you through the entire process. Save your time and your money with Abraham and Rose. Go to abrahamandrose.com or simply call 248-539-5040. That's 248-539-5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again. All right, let's get to the people. If you want anything else, Odyssey.com Rewind. We talked a little Tigers. We have talked about the Pistons getting screwed in the lottery again. We'll get back into some of that at 5. Right now, I've basically got one member of my crew who's useless as a bump on a log. Travel baseball weekend. How do parents survive this? You barely survive the work week. Then you get home. It's already incredibly hard for parents. I don't have to have kids to respect them and understand how hard being a parent is. I see my friends destroyed by it. The point is, David is useless today. How do you survive travel sports?
What do you do when there's a Friday game? You going to call in sick or take a sick day, a vacation day, because you got to go to DeKalb?
I do have a wife.
Okay.
Oh, boy. I have to work. I'll be at work, and then I'll meet him there later.
I meant you as to everybody out there, too. I mean,
and I think got you. I'm so sorry. After you said my son's going to be taking cocaine, I mean, I'm so sorry.
Knowing David the way I know him, he will end up resenting his son. Let's go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
I'm great, guys. And first of all, I'd like to say, now batting for the Canton Cardinals, number 21, David Hall Jr. I umpired David's son, and he's a good ball player. He needs a little more development, but he's good. He's very good. And I've also umpired Jansen's kid, too. Jack is going to be a stud. Jack's a stud right now. But anyways, I've been an umpire
You just
got to
let it play out.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I've been an umpire for 32 years, and I have done a lot of travel ball, all levels. And I'll tell you this, Stoney, you're absolutely right. Travel ball used to be for kids that were elite, okay? Now it is so watered down. It's like, okay, Johnny has 8 friends in the neighborhood, and Dad wants to be a baseball coach. Let's make a travel team. And the worst part about it that I have seen is these kids are getting their heads kicked in every weekend, and the parents are still spending the money. And it starts from 8 years old and all the way up until high school and above. And like I said, I used to coach travel too. I've seen it all, and it's getting worse and worse and worse.
Chris, but my question is, you get through the work week, and then literally, I watched the thing on HBO several years ago about youth sports. And I mean, the parents with a straight face were 35 of our weekends are travel sports. How are you gainfully employed? How do you have anything to start your work week if that's your weekend?
No, it's amazing, Mike. And another thing, too, is that I've seen is you got 8-year-olds, okay? 8, 9, 10, 12-year-olds. They're breaking off curveballs, okay? Their arm is going to be jello by the time they're 16. And I tell the coaches, I'm like, hey, he's throwing a curveball. It's like, yeah, ain't it cool? No, dummy, it's not cool. He's freaking 8 years old, man. What are you doing to these kids?
The big one too, travel soccer, travel hockey.
They're all the same.
It's all, I mean, it's just, Chris, I appreciate it. I'm telling you, I need to understand it because I know, like I get done with this, my weekend's mine. And then I come back and the wind-up toy resumes and I get back at it. If my weekend was driving to Des Moines, Iowa and Buffalo and Pittsburgh, the travel hockey's even crazier.
You're a perfect example of my parents or married couples who don't want kids shouldn't have kids.
No, because I'm honest.
Right.
I am honest about it. Like, I know, look, it's not for everybody, just like having them isn't for everybody. The bottom line is, dude, first of all, you know what? I was going to say something, and it would be viewed as slanderous towards other people at this station. I'm not going to do that. You know what? I'll tell you after. Let's just go to Kevin. It's much safer. Kevin, how are you?
All right. I'm good, Mr. Mike and Mr. Mike. That's a good situation you got there.
Thank you.
I was actually, I've coached baseball. I'm Mike Valenti. I'm probably 10, 12 years older than you are. I've coached in high school. I've coached. A friend of mine asked me to coach their elite travel baseball team because I have no kids.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I fit my schedule to do it. And I actually work midnights. I work for one of the big 3.
Okay.
And so I was able to go on these trips. I never got paid.
Oh.
The thing that I think the thing that is going to happen with David is it's the money thing, because unless you have the parents putting the money into it, they're not held accountable. Because 3 years ago, I started another team with a friend of mine. We got 2 sponsors to put over $10,000 in to the team. We got them all brand new uniforms, everything like that. We could barely even get kids out to a practice because they're not held accountable for the amount of money. We only charged them $300 for the summer, and we played 8 tournaments. I played in Kansas City. Flown to Kansas City. I've been in North Carolina with these other teams. The other problem is every parent thinks that their kid is going to be that 1% that makes it to the where they're at. I'm not saying they can't go to college. Your best bet is to go to a Division II, Division III school, get an education, and still play baseball.
Yes.
I've coached kids in college. And that's the whole thing is you're not going to necessarily make it because if you're that good, scouts will find you.
Yeah, it's called high school sports.
Yeah, but again, it's the travel, it's the money thing, but it's also how do you go to your regular life? There's no break.
Yeah.
There's no air in the room. Yeah, David put his head down with that one. That's called your reality. My God, let's go to Shane, 97.1. Shane, what's going on, brother? How are you?
I'm great, guys. How are you?
Excellent.
Well, I'll just kind of a little bit of chime in for a little bit of all of that. As a parent of 2 daughters, so for me it was the softball thing. As a store manager in retail, I was expected to work Monday through Friday. My wife worked for an attorney who she was Monday through Friday. So where my daughters were 2 years apart, obviously they were one step away from being on the same league every year. Well, whatever weekend came up, if one was further away than the other, my wife would take one and I'd take the other. So every weekend we had two hotel bills, 2 food bills, all of that. And it worked and we loved it. And only because both our daughters showed the passion to want to do it. And as a parent who, I played sports and all that, no big deal, but they didn't want to quit. So I kind of said, follow it through. If you're good and you'll know it, you'll move on, etc. Well, they both went to Monroe High. And my older one, who is now 24, was the pitcher.
Where did they play college?
Oh, they did, both at Northwood University in Midland. My 24-year-old, so she graduated 2.5 years ago, she got signed by Northwood when she was a sophomore. She was recruited by Michigan State, but they were going to give her, and I hate to sound like this is going to sound, a scholarship. But the coach at Northwood came and told her, so you got a Michigan State a 1 and Northwood a 2, but Northwood gave her a full ride, paid for all her books, all her school, all her food. So at $43,000 a year just to go, she took that because, yes, a 2 versus a 1, but she didn't have to pay anything.
All right, so it worked out.
Yes.
But again,
yeah,
okay, Stoney.
So I'm one of those where, and again,
Get out of the water!
When her sister came 2 years later and they tacked her on like a 75%, that was a no-brainer. She went there. They both graduated.
But Shane, you understand, like you are the unicorn. That's like a 1 in 1,000.
Yes.
So, and also, it probably took years off your life. Stoney, are you going to be able to make it? You are out of control.
I don't know, probably because you don't know why it's so funny.
I don't know what was happening. Then there was music. Then you're conducting an orchestra over there. What am I missing?
On the Carson Anderson show, whenever a caller, with all due respect, Sean, what's his name, goes way, way, way too long, they bring out the music from Jaws, basically, and the person is like the water gets eaten up by the shark because that call went way freaking too long. I was waiting for you to jump in at any time.
No, I have no idea what that bit is.
Okay.
None. I must have missed it.
No, even forgetting the bit, I'm surprised that you just let him go through the whole resume.
Because I was genuinely interested. I just knew it took him a little longer to get there, but I was interested.
See, you were the nice guy. I was the Richard.
Right.
See?
He was proud of his daughter. I wanted to see it through. I don't know.
I can be a Richard, too.
All right. All right, Moran Buick GMC. Make sure for all your travel weekends. Here you go. Add a vehicle to your invoice while you're at it, David. 24 GMC Terrain, $279 a month. 24
How much for that aluminum bat?
24 Buick Encore GX, $229, 36 months. New stock arriving daily. Easy online ordering system, MoranExpress.com. And yes, they got Yukons and Denali's in stock. Make sure you're road trip ready. Moran Buick GMC, the certified service. You get the free loaner. It's fast. It's easy. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran. All right, we'll get with the people. Got a little college football blitz. We'll get back into the Pistons getting boned. Top of the hour, but we've asked the question. David is making a foray into travel sports with his kids. David is useless today. I don't know how parents maintain gainful employment. I mean, we were just talking to Powers. Powers got a buddy. They're from here. The kid had a game in Charleston, South Carolina. Had another weekend with a game in Omaha, Nebraska.
And not a tournament.
My point
One
is,
game.
How do you live real life with this? Because David is not handling it. And I honestly think David resents his kid. I think that's where we're at right now. Now, if you've got
I understand it.
Hey, you want to call up and tell me your kid got a scholarship? God bless. I'm not rooting against you. But the odds are the odds.
Yes.
And youth sports really seems like a racket.
Right. And by the way, if you're going to tell us about your kid's...
All right. Will you let the guy alone?
Kid's career, keep it to like 90 seconds, please.
What is it with this guy? First he says your kid's going to be a drug addict. Now he's over here making fun of this guy whose daughter's got scholarships.
I'm making fun of him. I'm trying to help out the listener.
David, ticket text, and I'm going to the callers.
My son played travel ball, worst decision we ever made. After he had signed with the college, got a nice scholarship, he lost interest, played 1 year in college, and quit.
And took 10 years of your life and money. You know what I would do? This is why I don't have kids. You should send him an invoice. He owes you that money.
And in baseball, it's not a full ride unless it's like a premier. Like if a kid gets a scholarship to like Michigan or Michigan State in baseball, it ain't a free ride. Most of the scholarships at the big schools are quarter.
Really?
Yep.
What a ripoff.
Mm-hmm. That is a ripoff. I didn't know that.
And again, if your kid's going to play at Vanderbilt or something, that's a whole different deal.
Yes.
Yes, Dave.
Always a good show, guys. It's great when you start cutting up. There's nothing wrong with it. Good chuckle, David. He will not be on drugs. Thanks from Tom.
Yeah, I do not co-sign Stoney's comment.
Another one here says, my wife is a teacher, has a problem with the travel ball parents making excuses for the kids not getting homework done.
Yeah, I know.
See, that would be the problem because they can't play if they don't have good grades.
And what about Daddy who shows up at work totally unprepared today?
I'm sorry, Mr. Hull. Your son's knee operation. I screwed it up because I was at in Omaha, Nebraska, and I took the wrong joint out of the knee. I mean, seriously.
They put
now
David,
my son's on drugs and he has no knee joint.
And David's kid just got Tommy John. Stoney's really on a roll. Let's go to Scott, 97.1. Scotty, what's going on, buddy?
Not bad, guys. How we doing?
Good.
Hatchet, you with us? Because I got something directly for you.
Yeah, what you got?
All right. So here, first off, Mondays. Mike, please don't hang up on me. I'm going to give a quote from a man you don't really like. Okay. But you have got to attack Mondays with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind. You've got to do it. Mike just rolled his eyes. I know he did.
No, he actually liked it.
It's good. I like this.
Okay. So that's the only way you're going to get through this on Mondays. But here's where you don't realize what's coming yet. You said your son's 13, which means he'll be in high school next year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I have 2 kids in travel ball. I do have an 8-year-old who just started this year, but I've also got a kid in 14U. He just started playing high school ball this year. Last year alone, just in travel ball, he played close to 60 games in the summer. Now you're going to tack on another 25 in high school.
Mm-hmm.
You're starting from April to July. I have personally in our household, since we have 2 kids, I have from the beginning of May, first week of May, which started last week, until the middle of July, I have 5 free weekends, and one actually over the weekend was just broken up. We have a tournament that weekend. So kiss your summers goodbye for the next 7 to 8 years. Sorry to say it, but it's fun. The one thing you will do, you're going to meet a lot of good people. You'll be able to hang out with a lot of good kids. Hopefully at the end, one of the other callers said it. Get some chicken scratch out of one of these D2 or D3 schools. Have your kid go get an education. I appreciate you guys letting me talk.
Oh, Scotty, appreciate you. I appreciate the call, and I love the quote. I don't have to like the guy. The quote's funny. But guess what? We got breaking news. Hatchet Man is resigned. No, go ahead. Real breaking sports news. Stoney, you ready for this?
I see it, yes.
Yeah, I'm not tired. Here you go. Adam Schefter. Another deal is done in Detroit. The Lions are signing Jared Goff to a 4-year deal, $212 million, $170 million fully guaranteed.
4 at 212.
That's
Yes.
50.
Wow.
3.
Wow.
So he becomes the highest paid Lion in franchise history.
Let's go live to Jared Goff. Oh, my God.
Wow.
Look, I wanted him paid, but I can't sit here and tell you that number doesn't sound high.
Well,
Wow.
$170 million is guaranteed, so if he doesn't play well towards the end, it's bye-bye. So what's 170 divided by 4? That would be 40.
No, the guaranteed, look, you're going to get a vast majority fully guaranteed.
Right.
It is more about the AAV. It's about, I told you I was very comfortable going to the mid-40s, high 40s. And I'm going, look, 4 at 190, is it 4 at 200? But they went 4 at 212. That is a major commitment. I mean, you're entering like Joe Burrow land. You know, you're paying a guy $53 million a year. Now, when QBs do their deals, this deal will now begin to slide down.
Correct.
But in the here and now, you're paying Jared Goff as one of the 5 best quarterbacks in football. Pull up the quarterback salaries. You're making a major commitment. Now, I know for people like this goofball, where is he here? Hold on. I'm sure he's crying on his catio right now, but Jared Goff's your guy, which is every reason the Hendon Hooker pick was stupid, is stupid now, and will forever be stupid. Jared Goff just got Burrow money. He just got Justin Herbert money.
Yeah, it's 53 AAV, so Joe Burrow is 55, and Justin Herbert's 52.5, so he's right in the middle.
All right, yeah. I mean, David, I don't have a problem with Goff's reps gunning after it. I don't have a problem with Jared Goff feeling like he deserves it. The Lions, there was never a scenario to anybody with a brain that they were going to let this guy walk.
No.
Ever. I never understood the show topics about it. I never understood the portion, not the majority, the portion of the fan base who thought Hendon Hooker was a thing.
Oh.
The point is, he was always going to get paid, but now that he is paid, I need to hear from you guys. 4 at 212 is a massive number.
And the Lions, if you do the math, over the last 2 weeks have awarded over $444 million in contract extensions to 3 players.
And shout out to ownership for
Yes,
this reason.
exactly.
No, because what people don't realize is when you sign these deals, the guaranteed money portion of that has to go into escrow. That's not funny money.
No.
The owners have to have the money.
Right.
They're actually placing money somewhere. That's why you have to credit Brad Holmes, but you have to credit Sheila Ford Hampere.
Yes.
You know, owners handing out about $500 million in deals with about $300 million of it guaranteed. Yeah, that's real money coming from real accounts.
In a perfect world, I would have rather seen it be a little less, but I understand that's what the market is, and God forbid he get hurt.
No. Here's the other side of it. I will tell you what the Goff extension means. I want to tell you what I believe it means, because Lion fan has to wrap their mind around something that they have never approached. So let me throw the number out. 248-539-9797. I'm good. I wanted Jared Goff signed. I don't have a problem. I'm not going to sweat the details. I can be surprised it's as high as it is. I'm not upset about it.
No.
And good on Jared's reps for being able to get the money. What were the Lions going to do? Go into the franchise tag? Alienate their franchise QB? Get into drama? No. But I think this does mean something that I don't know you'll agree with or fans agree with, but what the hell? I'm not in the business of agreements. We're in the business of opinions. I want to do this next. I just got to take care of one quick business thing. John Jansen Weight Loss Fiesta, Ideal You. You could lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. You sign up now, you get a $200 Visa gift card. Book the free consultation now at idealu.us. different than other weight loss programs. John Jansen had great success with it, lost 63 pounds overall. Ideal You works. They teach you, they coach you, and they stay in contact with you. You want to get on the road to success just like John did? Sign up now. Get the $200 Visa gift card. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. It's Ideal You Health Center. All right, Jared Goff has signed, and the numbers, it's a big number. 4 at 212. I mean, it blows Kirk Cousins out of the water. He makes more money than Justin Herbert.
Yes.
Now, again, as every quarterback signs, the number will get smaller, but I don't see a scenario where Goff is not firmly entrenched in the lifetime of this deal as a top 8 guy.
You're right. Guarantee, it's about $170 million. That's the most, okay? Average salary, there's only one person who's making more per average, and that is, as you mentioned before, Joe Burrow. Because Herbert is 52.5, Lamar Jackson's 52, Jared Goff $53 million. 4 years, correct?
Yep.
So that contract ends when he is 32, right? If I'm not mistaken, 32, 33.
The only way that this works now, this is where I'm not being provocative. I'm just shooting you straight. The only out for this to ever look like a good deal, you better be in a Super Bowl. He's got 4 years to get you to a Super Bowl.
I agree.
And winning it, I admit this. Stoney said something off air, and it made a lot of sense to me. You're right. Look at how that Chiefs and Niners game went. There are lots of things that happen in a football game that you don't have control of. So to say you have to win the Super Bowl, no, you're right. Let me back the opinion down one notch. But this is it, guys. You're here now. I don't care if they win 12 games every year and go to the playoffs all 4 years. If you don't make a Super Bowl, this is a failure.
It's a failure from a team more so than him because it's possibility that he plays really, really well, and for other reasons.
But the reality is, if your quarterback plays really, look at Dallas. If Dak played better in the playoffs,
correct,
the Cowboys don't fail every year.
Correct.
If Jared Goff plays really well, they'll go to a Super Bowl.
They should.
But Jared Goff, here's what it means, and this is where I think people are going to get uncomfortable. Jared Goff is going to have to become the guy who doesn't ride the bus, drives the bus. When Goff's at his best, he's a Pro Bowl quarterback. He has to be that guy, Stoney.
Yeah.
There's no scenario the words game manager can come in. So it's almost as if Goff now, in his prime, with a great supporting cast, yes, Jared Goff will have to be even better.
I don't care if he is a game manager. The bottom line to me is wins. He plays well and wins. I don't care if it's all dink and dunk, whatever. If they get to a Super Bowl, I don't care if his average yard per pass is 3 yards. I don't care. Get to a Super Bowl or yes, it's a failure. And they've built this team, I wouldn't say without faults because they do have some faults, but offensively, it's built for him.
The thing I can't figure out is the developmental draft picks to go along with it, but that's a topic for another day.
Correct.
It's just one of those things where I go, they are ready to roll, and I look at 3 specific draft picks, including one that cost you another pick next year to do it, and I'm going, those are players. Those are guys that could start.
Manu, man.
I have no idea. No idea if the dude can play.
I know.
Same thing with the D tackle they moved up for last year.
Project
Same
Martin.
thing with Hendon Hooker.
Yeah.
There's 3 players. And by the way, you have no 3rd-round pick, no 4th-round pick next year. It's a topic for another day.
Right.
I wanted Goff here. He's here.
Right. If he gets in a Super Bowl this year, you could say, you know what? You're right. F those picks.
Right. Well, here's the other thing. Look, Goff, with the money he's going to be making next year, very good chance Ben Johnson's not here, very good chance Aaron Glenn's not here. This franchise is now on him. Yeah. That's reality. You make this level of money, you make Burrow money, there's a big difference making $45 million and making $53. There is. And as the other quarterbacks sign and as the cap goes up, the deal will get better and better. The salary cap is largely fake.
Right.
It just is.
Now, in hindsight,
if they would have done this last year like I wanted, you would have saved, in essence, $50 million.
Correct. And I was one who was against doing that because I wanted to see him play well for another year.
I think if you do it a year ago, it's 4 at 160.
Probably. Yes, you're probably right. But he didn't have, to me, enough just playing those last 10 games really well last year, in my mind, to get that type of an extension. And it looks like I'm wrong because he obviously played a hell of a lot better than I thought.
Look, it's a good problem to have. You want to pay your quarterback.
Yes.
But I'd love to hear from the people on it. Whether you're pro-Goff or anti-Goff, take it whatever way you want to go. The money's a little surprising, but who cares?
Right. But it's
not
only
my money, and the cap's not real.
And if you think about it, it's only $3 to $4 million more than we thought it was going to be. So it's not that. It's not
I think
horrific.
some of it is from an optics standpoint. It helps you look at a deal differently. But you're right, Mike. I mean, am I comfortable saying he makes basically the same amount of money as Joe Burrow? No, I am not. No. Those are 2 distinctly different human beings. But
yes, he makes $8 million a year more than Patrick Mahomes.
Right. Well, that deal has to get redone.
Yes.
But what is his value to the Lions? The reality is, for a franchise that has gone decades without a QB, Matt Stafford was the best QB they ever had. What is Jared Goff's value to you right now in the face of cost of acquisition? If I don't have Goff, Christ, you could pay Jared Goff $100 million a year. He's worth every penny because you have no answers if it's not him. And the cost of acquiring a quarterback somewhere else it is exponentially higher.
Right. The one thing Brad Holmes is obviously correct about is, you never know if you're going to get worse at quarterback. And you can't.
He said it's a lot harder to get worse than it is to get better.
Right.
And he's right.
Yes.
Except only a portion of you, not a majority of you, but there is a portion of you in fanland. You ding-dongs continue to refuse to accept the whole, it is very easy to get worse at QB.
Right.
David Ticketex.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's way too much. I thought somewhere between 45 and 48, 53, come on. Someone else says, what a joke. They overpay for an average quarterback. Another person says, good, got about $53 million. That's actually what most people at the station thought he'd get. In a year, though, that's going to be a bargain. Someone else sort of disagrees with what you're saying, Mike, saying he's a complete failure without a Super Bowl victory this season.
Oh, no, I can't just... No, I disagree with that.
I have no problem with the golf contract. It's what big boy organizations do. Glad we have one now. That is from Glenn.
That's an underrated point.
It is. It is. And by the way, I'm not totally comfortable when you're knocking the guy. Look, you think he's totally average. But by what metric? Last year, the season he was better than Jordan Love. Is Love average? He was better than Justin Herbert. Is he average? He was better than C.J. Stroud. Is he average? He was better than Trevor Lawrence. Is he average? I mean, I'm not telling you there's ever going to be a day where he's better than Patrick Mahomes or better than some of the Joe Burrow. But guys, if you don't have that guy, how many players are you, A, taking above him in a vacuum, but B, do you even have access to?
Right.
The conversation about, well, he's not this guy. That guy's not available. It's not a meat market.
You're not getting Lamar Jackson if you think Lamar Jackson is better than Jared Goff.
And that's the point.
Yes.
Is, okay, let's say you like another player better. You go up to the meat counter. Strip, ribeye, skirt steak, flank steak. That's not the NFL. No. I can't just point at a quarterback and go, I'll take 2 pounds of that. It's not how that works.
Right.
So in the here and now, this is the best quarterback for us. If you're not comfortable with the money, I don't know how I'll change your mind. I don't. I mean.
And you know what? Unless you find out that his salary, that is $3 to $4 million more than what you consider market value, is costing the Lions getting somebody good, what difference does it make, really? It doesn't.
Yes. So here's what I wanted to do. We'll keep it timely. We got a bunch of people who want to talk about the Goff extension. Let's do that next. We'll carve out some space later in the hour, bring back the Pistons getting boned. We'll take you right into Tiger baseball tonight, which should be a thrill a minute with that dog bleep team, the Miami Marlins in town. What a bleep operation that is.
Rod Allen's back.
97.1. All right. Jared Goff signed for at 212. Yeah, it's a lot more money than I had hoped for. I can't be angry about it. Do I love the terms? No, of course not. I don't love anything that you're making the same money as Joe Burrow. That's crazy. You make more money than Justin Herbert. But this is where it's at. I mean, look, Tua Tagovailoa is going to sign a deal. It's going to be gross. It's going to be.
It might be bigger than Goff's.
It'll be 4 at 2 something. Is that a good deal?
Right.
Now, I think the downside of this will be this division is about to get a lot more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
You had no outs. You had to sign him. But could I see a world where Goff is not the best QB in this division? Yeah. It could start this year where Jordan Love takes another step and he's flat better than your guy. That goes without even getting into Caleb Williams or J.J. McHarthrop. I'm making a point.
Right.
That could be a nightmare scenario where all of a sudden you've got the third highest paid quarterback in football and he's third best guy in your division. But for who you are and how you're built and how this dude has commanded this locker room, you have to pay him.
He's perfect for this team.
Yes.
I mean, there's no other way of looking at it.
I know. I'm saying, I'm trying to explain to people the inconvenience of the NFL. Like, if you don't like your guy, you will drive yourself bankrupt trying to find someone maybe just as good as him, much less better.
Yeah.
But
I mean, let me ask the other team I follow, okay? Would the Lions be better with Jalen Hurts or Jared Goff? Probably Jared Goff, the way they're built. They're pretty close, okay?
The synergy he has with Ben Johnson, and how he has operated this offense, how he has helped Amon-Ra St. Brown, how he has helped with Sam Laporta. It's hard for me to just drop another guy in here who's in anything other than the elite class. Like if you told me tomorrow Joe Burrow would fall out of a hot air balloon, fine. But outside of that, no, Mike,
I know.
It's hard for me to argue it. It is.
I agree.
Look, guys, the reality is if you don't like Jared Goff, do you understand how much better than Eli Manning Jared Goff is? Do you understand that? Like by a numbers standpoint, by a win-loss record standpoint, by a talent standpoint. Oh, but Eli had 2 magical plays in 2 magical years, and he had 14 years of nothing. Replacing a 500 quarterback who threw as many interceptions as touchdowns, that's easy. Replacing what Goff has given you is damn near impossible. So I don't love these numbers, but I don't have a way out, so I pay him.
And as T.O. said, he's my quarterback. And you know what? So if he gets paid, he gets paid. He has to play well. It's not, you know what? He's got to play well whether he's making $45 million or making $53 million.
Yeah, there was no amount of money where he could be average and we'd be happy.
Exactly.
Let's go to Jim, 97.1. Jim, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how's it going?
Excellent.
I got 2 things.
Yes.
All this crying like a week ago or whatever because the other 2 guys got paid, St. Brown and Penei Sewell. And everybody was worried that they weren't going to get the golf sign until after the season. Well, it's done. We can move on. Brad Holmes sees something in golf that he saw when he was at L.A. The guy was a number 1 pick overall. And there's another thing, too, Mike, about kids. I put one son through college, and I put the other one through the wall. So you never know. It's a crapshoot.
Wow. Jim with the line of the day.
I like that.
1 to college and 1. There you go, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Because I was one of those, I said the other day with Rico, I said, it'll get done probably around training camp. And there's no reason to worry about it. David thought they were waiting for him to get married. Right?
By the way, Jared Goff, I made that point about Eli Manning.
Yeah.
Right? Here's Jared Goff's career, including the downside in L.A. 65% completion rate, 30,000 yards, 185 touchdowns, 82 picks, and a 94.6 QBR.
Pretty damn good.
Total. Been to multiple NFC title games.
Yes, been to a Super Bowl.
Didn't
win, but he was there.
But I'm making a point. Replace that. And I understand he's not the flashiest guy, but those numbers are exponentially better than a guy who will inappropriately be in the Hall of Fame in Eli Manning.
He wasn't flashy either.
No, my point is the biggest city in the world kisses his ass. He wasn't any good. Jared Goff is better than that guy. Go look at the data. Eli barely completed 60% of his passes.
He had 2 great playoff runs.
And Mario Manningham bailed his ass out with a sideline
So
throw.
did Asante Samuel for dropping an interception.
David Tyree had bubble gum on his helmet. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Let's go to Corey, 97.1. What's up, Corey?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, Corey. What's on your mind?
So I got 2 things also, if you don't mind. Number one, I think the first 2 draft picks, I think that helped because now we don't have to go out and get a corner. We've got our corners. Our DBs are set. We're good to go, and we have them super cheap. So I think that kind of maybe helps the signing. I could be wrong, but that just part of me is like we don't have to worry about saving money for a free agent because we have quality depth now in the backfield, and we have them super. I mean, we're paying them nickels. So I think that's one thing.
So if they signed Snead, they wouldn't be able to give Goff that money. Is that what you're saying?
Right. That's what I'm thinking. Even, after what happened with Sutton, there was talk of, we got to go out and get a free agent. With these 2 draft picks of Rakestraw and Arnold, I think we're paying them nickels, and that afforded them to say, hey, we can give you a little extra money, Jared, and we're good to go. The second thing is, if this was keeping us from signing St. Brown and Sewell, then I'd be angry.
Yeah.
We got them signed. We're good. So, and the cap's going to go up. We're going to be able to re-sign Hutchinson. We'll be okay there. I mean, this is not going to keep us from signing the people we need to sign. If it was something where it was like, it's either Goff or it's St. Brown, I'd be angry. If they, if this kept us from re-signing St. Brown or it's re-signing Sewell, they signed them all. We're good. So clutching the pearls, I always tell one of my students because they say we need a running quarterback. If your quarterback's running, you're in trouble. So.
Yeah, by the way, outside of Pat Mahomes, who is obviously a passer first but is very good with his legs, what running quarterbacks have won a Super Bowl? I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, pretty much none.
I mean,
very few.
That's what you tell Corey, there's the homework assignment to tell the kids. Go find me the running QBs. Not, the Madden quarterbacks that have won Super Bowls.
Look, there are mobile quarterbacks who've won, like Elway and people like that, but he's not known for being a running quarterback.
Everyone gets seduced by highlights.
I know. By the way, I've been told that caller with the great line, it was plagiarism. It's a line from by Burt Young in the movie Back to School.
Wow. I have, okay.
Did not know that.
Tremendous. So you knew Bob Pettit's 8th grade graduation picture, but you don't know that?
No. I know the movie, but I don't remember the line.
Go to Glenn in Livonia, 97.1. Glenn, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Going well. I just want to say I really don't understand why he didn't extend him last year. Yeah. I mean, I made this call a few weeks ago when we were talking about Goff and the disconnect between the contract. You had all the leverage, and you could have signed him, I think, for around Danny Dimes' contract, and now I'm saying this is that you had to do it because you were forced into this position by not signing him. So, yeah, I'm happy he signed, but he is nowhere near Joe Burrow's level of talent, in my opinion. He's a good quarterback.
Can I play devil's advocate for you? Because essentially you're right. But hypothetically, they do sign him to that contract, and he doesn't, coming off just 10 good games.
Nah, he had 24. The 24-game sample size.
He had a giant sample size.
Yes. When he was here, if you looked at the numbers, because
even in the crappy year?
Glenn, no, I'm telling you,
okay.
Glenn knows this because Glenn listens. Okay. This is from game 8 of his first year.
Okay.
Through all of 22.
That's 25 games. Yeah. Okay.
He was a top 5 quarterback here. I'm like, pay him.
Okay.
And Brad Holmes drafted him, so he knew he had something, helped with that draft process. So you knew what you had in essence. So
right. So my point was, if he didn't have the year he had this past season, you would have said, well, we shouldn't have signed him. The other thing for that, now I don't know the answer to this. Maybe they wanted to do the extension and he didn't. Maybe he decided he was going to be Max Scherzer and bet on himself.
That's the only thing I would say, but I didn't see any reports coming out last year that they were even trying to add a contract. So I'm okay with it. Also, we just put that 3rd round pick for Hendon Hooker, poured gasoline on it, and set it on fire, and it was a complete waste. I don't understand that. I mean, again, I love what Brad's done. I think he's a top 5 GM in this league, but this I'm just a little disappointed. Again, I'm happy, but Goff is going to have to play better. He's going to have to play according to that contract, and I don't think he can with everything he's got. I love him. I think he's a good quarterback, but we'll see if he can perform.
Well, can he get to that Super Bowl?
Yes.
Yes. So what?
He could have at $10 million discount last year, but that's here nor there.
Right, because getting the Super Bowl is the most important thing anyway.
It's the only thing.
It is, but if he wins the Super Bowl, I couldn't care less. But the whole chanting Jared Goff, saying the cute, oh, he's our quarterback. It's like, well, now you are our quarterback.
Oh,
you
yeah.
better carry this team to a Super Bowl because you're not going to get any more chance if you don't.
Now that he got paid, I don't want to hear him on any podcasts about negativity. Now that he got paid, you don't play well. Oh, this town's going to turn on you.
I know.
Well, he's running a delicate line here. He's getting paid to play like a top 5 quarterback, and if we don't get something at the end of the season, i.e. a Super Bowl berth, and I'm not going to be happy. So,
yeah, and you have every right. That's the cost of admission. You pay Tom Cruise $20 million to do a movie, and it doesn't do $500 million. You failed. That's how it works. You cannot make this money and then avoid all consequence. Yeah, you got paid. I'm happy for you. Now you got to be borderline the best quarterback in the NFC. That's your job.
Pretty close.
248-539-9797. NBA playoffs have tipped off. They just don't in Detroit, ever. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 in bonus bets, whether it's SGPs, live bets, 3-point wagers. I mean, the totals, the amount of 3-pointers these teams shoot. It's insanity. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. And it's very simple. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Jared Goff has signed. We'll get to the Pistons getting screwed in the lottery again because I think two things can be true there. Just like this, I'm happy Goff's the quarterback. I'm excited because I wanted him here. Just like caller Glenn, I wanted this deal done a year ago. I think it would have saved you the better part of $50 million. Now, again, Stoney's right. If Goff wanted to bet on himself, if Goff turned a deal, I have no evidence of that, but I will allow for room of that. I don't want to come out and do one of the dumbest segments in the history of radio. I'm making a point. I just getting paid more than Justin Herbert and almost as much as Joe Burrow. Yes, I am a little surprised at that. But
well, the difference is, this owner, his kid, she did a nice job.
All right. Keep it moving. 248-539-9797. David, ticket text. And we'll go. No, ownership deserves credit.
Damn right.
When you're shelling out $300 million in guaranteed money, that money's got to go to escrow.
Right.
That's real money.
That was a little inside bit here. Yes.
You've been out of line. So far, you said David's kid's going to be addicted to crack. I already had to hit the dump button twice on you today. And now
Twice?
Yes.
What was the?
I can't say what I had to dump. That would.
Why would we repeat what we?
I know. You're right. I understand one of them.
I'll inform you later.
Thank you.
David, please.
Goff just robbed the Lions. He is not a top 10 quarterback, not a script writer. He is a script reader and a follower. That is from LaRock. Saw the Goff news, was perfectly fine with it, had no reaction. I love it. Someone says he better win 2 Super Bowls with this type of contract.
Stop, please. Really?
Wow.
You got to stop.
They got the cornerstones in place, the left tackle, the wide receiver, the quarterback, the running back in place for 4 years. 2 rookie corners, Branch and Jack Campbell. The 4-year timer starts now.
Oh, 1,000%. This is the other. Okay. Can I just give you the one follow-up? Because I said it the Monday after the draft. I'll say it again. You are win at all costs right now. Literal F them pick mode, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then what are you doing trading a 3rd and a 4 to move up and take developmental players? That's the one fear I have is that, look, we're in the Super Bowl window. Do you know what you're probably not going to be able to do next year? Make a deal at the deadline.
Right.
Because in order to, again, if you want to say, well, just trade the first round, what players go for first-round picks at the deadline?
No, I said that when it happened. That's the only thing that bothers me philosophically. I understand his theory of if you like the player, you get the player. It just bothers me that you would trade a 3rd for a 4th. It doesn't make sense to me.
They're down a 3 and a 4 next year.
I know.
And again, as callers have said, and I'm not going to argue, and yes, it's what I agree with. You basically, the pick of Hendon Hooker, kerosene match.
Mm-hmm.
It never made sense. There was no scenario where after you saw the early returns on Goff, there was no scenario it made sense to take the kid on a bum leg.
No.
26 years. I mean, come on. It made no sense. Now, the only way the kid plays is if Goff gets hurt. And
Correct.
Lord knows that's a disaster.
Right. I mean, he better play most, if not all, of preseason. And maybe if he looks good in preseason, they could get something for him. I doubt it. But yeah, we hope he never sees the field.
Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing?
Stone Valente. My name is Mike, so I know how it is when you're in the private room of Mike. I had to start going by my last name.
My 3 mics.
Hey, fellas. I saw it live on TV when they showed it. First of all, I'd like to say this. Goff, I like Goff because he's a guy that has maximized his ability. He doesn't have a lot of great athletic ability, but God used what he could to be the number 1 overall draft in the NFL draft. He took a team to the Super Bowl in the early part of his career and damn near took another team. So for what he has, I like Goff. His leadership ability, I like Goff. I just thought that the dude would have took a better team-friendly contract, and I think the NFL should do this. I think quarterbacks should not be part of the
salary cap.
Salary cap. Yep, and I think the NFL should get freaking rid of the salary cap. And this is why.
You don't want
I watched for years watching the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Baltimore Ravens draft real well and then have to get rid of their players. Now we're drafting well, and I want to see how many of our players we're going to be able to keep.
Yeah, but if you get rid of the salary cap, you're going to have Jerry Jones and people like that buying every player. You don't want that.
No, look.
No, they're not going to be able to buy every player though. Nope. Other owners have to step up. Step up.
Right. Well, that's exactly what ownership did, Mike.
Yes.
Look. I just disagree on that. You don't want a no cap situation. I actually think your idea about the quarterbacks and paying your quarterback whatever and it's on the side, I actually don't mind it. There's no other situation in sports.
That's the one I want you to push. I agree.
I think it's.
Will start pushing that.
I think it's interesting. I do, Mike.
Quarterbacks alone.
Look, pay your quarterback whatever you want. The rest of the roster has a number. Because let's face it, you go into an NFL locker room and the quarterback's making 53, there's a very good chance there's no other player on the team making 20. There's no other situation in sports like it. It really isn't.
You're right.
So Mike's idea, that part of the idea is not crazy.
No.
I'm just saying you don't want a no salary cap thing at all.
No.
Let's go over to Justin, 97.1. Justin, how you doing? Oops, I hit the wrong button. Let's go to Justin. I hit the wrong button.
What are you turning it to me?
I'm turning it to Stoney. Justin, third time's the charm. How you doing today?
What's going on, fellas? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. What's going on, buddy?
You know, fellas, I just want to throw this out, and I'm surprised like you guys are, but I'm just gonna say this is like, I think playoffs are the reason that this number ended up where it was at, and I think if we all go back and think about how electric this city was, and this man came in here and did what other guys couldn't do. Got 2 playoff wins, and everybody was kind of like, hey, let's see what he does in the playoffs. It makes this money being paid to him feel better because you know the guy can win in the playoffs. All the pressure was on him. We hadn't won in X number of years. This guy got it done, man. And I know it's a team effort, but at the same time, it makes this number easier to swallow, and we know he can do it. And that's all I got.
You're right. The playoffs definitely helped. And that's why he got a lot of people who were in the wait-and-see phase of their Jared Goff evaluation into the pro Jared Goff. But, man, if he has a bad game on a Sunday, the next day is going to be awful for him around here.
No. Deal with it.
Yeah.
That is how this – see, that's the part of today's athletes I cannot figure out. They want it all. They want the money. They want their shoes shined. Then they want to play like ass, and then they think everyone works for the team website.
No, I mean here. I mean listeners, callers, the hosts. We have to
Jared's got to deal with it.
Exactly.
I don't need him on a podcast talking about negativity.
Right.
Play better.
Exactly.
Welcome to the big leagues.
Yes.
This is This is where Lion Fan is going to enter a different space because now we are going to micro-analyze every game. This is about home field advantage. This is about. You saw the power of home playoff games at Ford Field. Mm-hmm. Nobody will walk in this place and win. Nobody. It'll take an act of God for somebody to come in here in the playoffs and beat this team because these fans are they're like starving dogs.
Yes.
And you just threw a steak down.
Yeah.
Whoever gets between the steak and the dog is dead.
And they just announced today that all the memberships are sold out.
Stop with memberships. It's season tickets.
I know. I was just trying to.
God, I hate that faux elevation of it. Memberships. What do I buy stock in the team? Do I get to join the conference call for shareholders? Jesus. The whole point is Goff is going to have to handle it, and the fans, I won't be mad at all when fans want to micro-analyze Goff's performance. You pay it. Now, look, by next year, if I'm David, fact check me on this. So I don't want to be misinformed taking there. The point I'm making is I think Goff is what? The 6th highest amount of guaranteed money at the quarterback position right now?
Let's see. Hold on. I got it.
I think he's 6th.
Guarantee it's signing.
Let me get to the reason while you fact check. Okay. The point is, in a year, by the time the expected quarterback extensions are done, he could be 9th or 10th on that list. And if I told you he's 9th or 10th or 7th or 8th, what is the real hang up there? The answer is there isn't one.
Yeah, he would be 6th right now, but it would end up being what you're saying. Yeah.
Thank you. In a year, he's 8th, 9th, or 10th. Is there a real issue saying Jared Goff got the 9th or 10th most guaranteed money at the position? No. No. I know the numbers are scary, and I understand what comes along with it. But yes, I don't think it's egregious. I was just a little surprised. That's
Ooh-wee. Good for the Lions organization ownership for stepping up.
And good for his agent. 248-539-9797. The summer driving season is here. The combination of increased traffic, 18-wheelers, motorcyclists, and every road being under construction. Summertime in Michigan has more accidents than any other season. If you're injured in an accident, David Feminini and his team are ready to help you right now, and David never takes a fee until he wins your case. You can speak with David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, Dave, a couple of ticket texts we will get to. The Pistons a little bit. We're going to take you to Tiger Baseball at 6:10. Should be a thrill a minute tonight. Miami Marlins are an absolute dumpster fire. Let's see if you can not lose a series. You've lost 6 of the last 7.
They should be able to get 4 out of their next 6, right? Minimum.
Yeah, well, they should have been able to beat the Astros, who were terrible.
The Astros were horrible. They blew the game.
If you told me they were going to light up Christian Javier, I would have told you, all right, then they're winning the series.
Yes.
They'll win one of the other 2 games.
Right.
Please. You know what? Move on.
They looked so good that one game, looking on the phone.
Okay, David.
I don't watch.
Ticket text. We'll get to the calls.
Seems like the Eagles and Saints spend money like they're in Congress. Give it 2 years, and Goff will be the 5th highest paid quarterback or worse. The salary cap is fake.
Yeah, I'm with you. I have a lot of. I agree with a lot of that line of thinking. That's why look, guys. Nobody has pounded the table for Goff more in the last year and a half than me. So I'm fine. I was a little surprised the contract went to $212.
Similar to the Miggy deal. Let me slow down. You absolutely had to do it, so it doesn't matter. But long-term won't be good. Kyle in Chesterfield.
Kyle, the only thing I would say is, okay, if you don't do it, what is the replacement cost of Jared Goff? Knowing the rules we play under, knowing you had no chance to take a quarterback high this year, knowing there's no opportunity to get one on the free market, don't you dare tell me signing Kirk Cousins would do it. You can't just say that and then not have a realistic replacement. You are in a Super Bowl window. You were 1 play away from going to the Super Bowl this year. If Josh Reynolds catches a ball, and I'm not slandering him because Josh was a very good Lion.
Catches one of those 2.
You catch one of them, you probably win, right?
Yep.
Maybe you kick a field goal instead of going for it. Maybe you win. The point is,
they were close.
You're not in the business of retooling. I just need to understand the whole, well, this will be bad. Then what do you want to do? Play quarterback sight unseen? You can't.
Goff seems a lot like Drew Brees. Very accurate, good field vision, not super mobile, and can't bomb them super deep. But Brees had a major contract too. I have no problem.
And Brees going to the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
The other angle of it is when we continue, and I know I'll get killed by saying this. Led the league in completions of over 20 yards. Yak or not, he understands how to throw to people in space, hit people accurately so they can produce the extra yardage. You don't have to be Daryl LaMonica, right, Stoney?
That's right.
In order to
Daryl LaMonica,
I had
baby.
to give 170s reference for Stoney. The point is, it works here.
Yes.
It works for him. And yes, playing indoors works for him.
Okay, you mentioned Eli Manning, okay? Phil Simms worked for the Giants. He wasn't great.
How dare you?
But he worked for the Giants. He had a great
That
Super
is the
Bowl.
Lord.
Okay.
That is the greatest quarterback in Giants history. I will not accept slander.
Well, that's fine. Well, actually, I think Tittle was better. But anyway, seriously, though, Simms was very good, but he fit the Giants
Yes.
is the point.
100%.
Yeah.
He got robbed out of that second Super Bowl.
By the way, we have breaking NFL TV news.
What do you got?
Tom Brady's debut. Browns, Cowboys, Week 1, Fox. Wednesday. No. Wednesday's the release.
What?
No, I misspoke. Wednesday's the release, it says. Week 1, Sunday, September 8th, 4:25 on Fox, Browns, Cowboys.
I'm just glad Brady's still alive after the roast.
I know.
My God, I watched it this weekend. Oh, my dear Jesus.
It was great television.
Why did he agree to this?
I know.
Let's go to Marcus, East Point, 97.1. Marcus, how you doing?
Gentlemen, I'm good. I can't believe so many people have a little pushback on this.
Mm-hmm.
We have dealt with this inept franchise for 50 years, and they finally grow a pair and go all in, and people are complaining. And guess what? This is an extension, which means the money that he's just signed for doesn't kick in until next year, and when that kicks in, he's probably going to be, like you said, 8, 9, 10, just like they did with Sue. They kicked the can down the road and put another year on the window. So it's not a 3 or 4 year window, or it's actually a 4 year window instead of a 3 year window.
And don't forget, The cap went up for this year 13.5%, around there. Next year, it's even going to go up even more.
The projected is $30 million more. So this money's not going to bother that much. I don't see how. Now, mind you, do I think he's the best quarterback in the league? No, but I do know that in comparison, our quarterback almost took us to the Super Bowl. I don't want to hear what Herbert, who didn't make the playoffs, or Joe Burrow, who spent half the season on the IR. I don't want to hear about it.
You want a stat?
Give me the guy.
You want a stat, and it's not totally fair, but it's fun, and fun is our favorite F word. You ready, Marcus?
Yes, sir.
Jared Goff has more playoff wins than Justin Herbert and Lamar Jackson combined.
I mean, there's not a whole lot to be said. The guy, I mean, for everybody who wants to kick him, look at what he's doing. I mean, outside of the year and a half in L.A. that him and McVay fell out, or he fell apart, or McVay lost his mind, or whatever you want to call it, the dude has been very good, very productive, 66, 67% pass completion. And everybody who says that he's not the best quarterback in the NFC, he did lead the NFC in yards passing.
Correct.
Right?
And the other thing is you can't live scared. Like, yes, is it going to be a concern when and if Ben Johnson leaves and a new coordinator comes in? Of course it is, but I can't worry about it.
He got his fourth round receiver, highest paid receiver in the league money.
Yes.
He turned his rookie tight end into the best tight end in the NFC and probably the second best tight end in the league right now.
Mm-hmm.
We cannot underestimate what we have, because at the end of the day, where's the replacement for him if you don't have him?
Here's the other thing. It's like fans, and Marcus, I appreciate it. I think fans lose their faculties. Think about this, Stoney. College football, we always say, man, this kid's perfect for this system, right?
Yeah.
But in the NFL, fans turn into ding-dongs, and they go, well, he's not Joe Burrow. Well, hold on. Is Jared Goff running this system at an elite level? Yes. He fits our system. I don't care about the other guy, the other player. So it's just funny because you hear it collegiately. And then the same fan will watch the same game on Saturday and then go to Sunday, and it's like a switch flips, and he doesn't use the same thought process. So, no, Jared Goff, you want to say system quarterback. I have bad news for you. They're all system quarterbacks.
Right.
They all fit. System fit largely determines whether you're going to have a career or not.
Right. Yeah, the unicorn, the Mahomes, he could probably work in any system.
Sure.
But there's not that many people that can.
No, how many people per generation could do that?
Right. Not that many.
248-539-9797. We'll get more to calls. We got a little fun one for you here with a NBA lottery blitz. Pistons got screwed.
By the way, I know you're not big on social media, but I just happened to see trending. You know who's trending in the world of sports?
I would need a hint in order to guess that.
Has something to do with the Lions.
Something to do with the Lions. Well, Jared Goff.
Hendon Hooker is trending.
Oh, dear God, I can't. You know what I want to do? I know somebody who works for SpaceX. I want Hendon Hooker and Jim Costa duct taped to a rocket headed to Mars. And then they can live with a catio happily ever after together. The Hendon Hooker thing isn't a thing. And they keep wanting it to be a thing.
No.
Ay. All right, Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more Trex than Northville Lumber. Last year, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. There is a reason Northville sells that much. It's all in stock. It's right in their warehouse, mile down the road. All you need to do, visit. Get involved. It's deck season. Look how beautiful it is today. $1.59 a foot. Get what you need, and if you need someone to build it, no problem. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Call Northville Lumber today or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we'll get you to Tiger Ball coming up here at 6:10. It is a very winnable series. Again, please, could you just do that? Miami is awful. They are truly awful. And they've traded one of their best ball players already. And half their pitching staff is dead.
You know what's amazing? Historically, that's all they do.
I know.
When they won their first World Series,
made the playoffs last year.
Huizenga, right? Then they sold everybody. Then they win the second World Series, and they get rid of everybody again.
I know. No, it's just they had a bit of a disaster with injuries, but the Arise trade,
yes,
whatever. The point is, Tigers are 20-20. We did a topic on it earlier. I know, David, we got the big do-to-do or whatever it's called. Here, hold on. I'm sure this will all be a part of David's spiel. Go ahead.
So I'll just let you continue your conversation because, yes, we talked about the Detroit Tigers and at the 40-game mark, which is where they're at today, and you also talked about are the Tigers losing your interest when it comes to not watching them because you don't have Bally.
Well, that's Stoney basically saying he ain't going to bother. Nope. No, Dan Dickerson had a really interesting comment on the broadcast here on 97.1, and it was the 40-game mark is actually quite accurate when it pertains to runs and ERA and team performance metrically. And it was the idea that if this is who they are, with roughly a top 5 or 6 pitching staff and a bottom 5 or 6 offense and being a bad defensive team, is that acceptable to you? Is that good enough? And look, I mean, we all thought they would have a winning record this year, that they could flirt, maybe get it done. If they don't improve on some of these numbers, or heaven forbid regress, that's not going to happen. So, yes, we talked about it, and it's just disappointing. They've given away at least 5 baseball games in the first 6 weeks of the season, 7 weeks of the season. That is every way that they're going to get bit in the ass and not win 88, 89 games and be down at 81 or 82.
And the problem is when you're not hitting and early in the season, their defense and their starting pitching and their bullpen was carrying them, and lately the bullpen is, coming down a little bit, and so is the defense.
I think the thing that scares me with the Tigers is just they've been relatively healthy. And a lot of the teams, I mean, look at the week you played Texas, missing a gaggle of guys. Or, you played Cleveland last week, no Stephen Kwan, couple of their starting pitchers out, Bieber out, Gavin Williams out. Dude, there's going to be injuries coming for you. Now, Maeda's hit the IL. Yeah, I'd hope Matt Manning could be better. Kenta Maeda's been very bad. Now, he normally is bad in April, but we're in May, and it hasn't been better. But overall, they've been healthy. And you got to believe the injury bug's going to hit, and that does scare me. Go ahead, David.
Something that Stoney loved today because, yes, the Marlins are in town, which means someone's making an appearance back at Comerica Park. His name is Rod Allen. Oh! He will be back in Detroit for the next few days.
What a blessing.
With the Marlins. You're excited about that, right, Stoney?
Yeah, I mean, look, we made fun of Rod a little bit around here, but he was enthusiastic. He was fun. And you know what? For the most part, it's because they were winning games, too. So his enthusiasm was fine. I had no problem with him. He was corny. There's no doubt about it, but it was okay. I know you disagree completely.
I've said nothing. How could I disagree?
But I know from what you've said in the past about the great Rod Allen.
I wouldn't use that word.
I think that, his 84, stuff with the 84 team is kind of like overblown, but I think he,
okay,
I think he was fine.
Listen. Let me just be unequivocal. All right? I was Team Mario.
Oh, I know.
So just leave me out of this.
But even before all that stuff.
Just leave me out of this.
Okay.
There is nothing positive I will say. So
I understand that.
Just, Kenneth, what are your thoughts?
I'll give you a subject that we talked about that you can be positive on, Mike. The Pistons got screwed again. We'll get to that later in the big finish.
Yes.
Pistons get screwed again and get number 5 in the draft lottery. You said that they should try to trade Cade Cunningham to get out of this.
I just think you're going to hire a new president of basketball ops. He's probably getting rid of Troy Weaver and potentially getting rid of Monty Williams. Cade is extension eligible this summer. If you need a comp for that, Anthony Edwards' rookie extension was 5 at $260. those numbers will go up a little bit. You won 14 games last year, 17 the year before, 23 the year prior. You're headed nowhere. You at least have the conversation before paying Cade the better part of $300 million to do what exactly? Is the lottery broken? Yes. 6 years now. The team with the worst record has not gotten the number one pick. The system is broken. No, I don't think it's a Detroit conspiracy.
No, it's there. It was not fixed against Detroit.
Right. Now, getting the number 5 pick in this draft, I'm not. I don't feel bad because I have no sympathy for the Pistons. They're a clown show. But this draft is garbage. The 5th pick could be better than the first pick, and you rarely say it about the NBA. This draft is a disaster. So keep your eye on it. I'll be honest. There's no way out for this franchise. And if you're going to use your cap space on $300 million to Cade and $200 million to Tobias Harris, congratulations. You're 32 and 50.
They're not bringing Tobias Harris here.
I'm scared to death they are.
They're going to put up a barricade.
Sure
keep them away.
Okay, then.
Yeah, a little breaking news just for you, Mike. Your Celtics are about to win the series because Donovan Mitchell's been ruled out of Game 4 tonight.
You just hate to see it.
And this
such
one,
a good player. And by the way, speaking of out, OG is out of game number 5. For
the Knicks. The Knicks are out of gas. They're a great story.
Yes.
They play so hard. Injuries have absolutely destroyed them. I think they're out of gas.
well, maybe next year.
And you just hate to see it.
Well, maybe next year their fans could be like Lions fans and they can sell out their ticket memberships.
Memberships. A trumped up word meaning season tickets.
Season ticket holders, baby.
Memberships. No, listen, Lion fans are all in. It's a great time to be in this town and enjoy the football team. And the fans will bend over backwards to support you if you give any product to watch.
By the way, getting back to Donovan Mitchell for a second, could we never see him play another home game as a Cav now?
It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. He's also a different cat.
I know.
He's a good basketball player. I don't know if I want him in my organization. There's a lot you got to deal with taking him on. But yes, Michael, that is possible.
Okay.
And we also got to my travel baseball situation. Had a great weekend. But yeah, Monday came and got to get back to work and you were a little tired. But as we were talking about it, everyone loved the topic. We had breaking news come in and Jared Goff received a contract extension. He has a 4-year deal, $212 million contract, $170 million guaranteed.
It's all about replacement cost. Do I still believe you could have got this done a year ago? That's my opinion. But who knows? Maybe Goff wanted to bet on himself. The point is, yeah, it's a little more expensive. But overall, you had no choice. You had to pay this guy. Only guys like Costa thought you had a choice. Oh, I'll just play Hendon Hooker. No, we're not going to do that. We're adults here. We're gonna pay this guy.
Those could have been the most idiotic calls we ever had in the last years. The people who would bench Goff for Hendon Hooker. Seriously.
You're we, Catman. You're we.
And that is your big finish. Oh, my gosh.
All right, go ahead.
No, I'm just going to say, we do have just a little bit of news here.
Yeah.
Big Noon has announced some dates and times for the Michigan games.
I was going to say, all of them?
Well, no.
Texas at Michigan will be their Big Noon matchup for September 7th. Alabama at Wisconsin will be their Big Noon on Fox matchup on September 14th. And what a surprise. On November 30th, Michigan at Ohio State will be at noon.
And I have no problem with any of the three.
No, Alabama,
I just
Wisconsin.
laughed when it was basically 5 straight weeks with U of M and Gus priming his pump going, we're the Michigan Road Show. Yeah, no one's enjoying this.
By the way, Spartans got a 3-star commitment from tight end.
Don't care.
Emmett Bork.
All right, thank you. Tiger Baseball's next. Go beat the Marlins, please.